All right, John. So, Global Hope Global Forum over. This was a totally different experience than the previous 7. Didn't have it last year.
And we had it virtual. It's all virtual.
It was virtual, all virtual last year, but this year it was a hybrid. So, your thoughts?
Well, I think from the feedback I've gotten, I think it was spectacular for the audience, and which is what it's all about, to inspire people. It was a different model. We with COVID and the Delta variant coming out, we didn't want to take any chances on anybody's health. Yours, Ambassador Andrew Young's, the last living senior lieutenant to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., 89 years young. Doesn't want to take any chances with. I'd be devastated if I did something to impair his health, you know. And he had billionaires next to millionaires, next to thousandaires, next to somebody trying to buy some air. I mean, it was every white, black, red, blue, CEOs of the biggest companies in the world. 90% of these speakers decided to come in personally. We gave them a choice between virtual or in person, and to my utter amazement, they said they wanted to show up. And the few who didn't show up, it was a scheduling conflict. Even Reggie Jackson was trying until late last night trying to get here. So I think that given that we went from all virtual in few months in 2020 to we were going to do a meeting mostly in person, then Delta variant hit, we moved back to mostly virtual. We thought it would be 20% in person and 80% virtual. And it actually flipped, at least on the speaker side, to 80 to 90% in person. The rest was virtual. We then had to make a decision about the audience, about the delegates. We've had 5,000 plus delegates before. We decided to crunch that down, shrink that down to 400. Actually, it was 300, and we actually ended up accepting 800 RSVPs because everybody was somebody or at least they thought we couldn't say no to them. We don't argue over somebody else's importance. You want to be here, we want you here. And it worked out beautifully. It wasn't too crowded, enough for warmth. We talked about this. But we had these labels. I think it was green for you can hug me or shake my hand. It was yellow for a fist kick or elbow or. And
red was stay the hell back.
Red, yeah, it was I'm good.
Right.
Stay.
Just wave. Just
over
wave.
there and wave. And it just really, people respected everybody's distance. It was really quite beautiful. 3 days of magic in a bottle.
I had someone post. We've been live for all 3 days.
An honor to have you here, by the way.
Always glad to be here.
Yeah.
Brother posted. He said, what does this do? He said, what's the value? What comes out of this? What answer that question? What is the value?
The value is the young brother who walked up to me on my way to this interview, who said, "This just changed my life." He said, "I didn't think that anybody thought like me. I thought I was out here in the wilderness all by myself, trying to be an entrepreneur, trying to be a black man in technology, trying to own a business, trying to create jobs in my community, thinking that social justice could be achieved economically. But I'm thinking I'm by myself." He came from Birmingham, Alabama, at the recommendation of somebody else. He created a $2 million startup in tech. Even though he raised $2 million as a young black man, he clearly, as I looked in his eyes, had what it took to succeed. He felt like he was all alone. He said today, being here the last 3 days, completely transformed his confidence, his belief in himself, his self-esteem. We're not islands. We are interconnected. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience. We're spiritual beings having a human experience. Energy matters. We just talked about energy off camera. Giving people permission to dream. You and I were growing up, capitalism was a dirty word. You go to church, making money was a dirty word. What we are learning is money's not evil, it's the love of money that's evil. What we're learning is that capitalism is not bad, it's bad capitalism, like slavery, which was bad capitalism. That's evil. But it's good to see 3 days of consistency. Black, white, up, rich, poor, you don't know what political party they're from, everybody's saying the same thing. And they're saying what they're doing. So this is not some kumbaya party. $100 million committed by Twitter. That's gone to black banks. Well, that's material. The profits from that created 5 Hope Inside locations of Operation Hope inside of black banks. That's material. SunTrust CEO showing up, Truist CEO, formerly SunTrust, Bill Rogers today, announcing we're going to be in 1,000 Truist branches for Hope Inside. That's unbelievable. They only have 2,000 branches. Not only, they have 2,000 branches, making us 50% of all branches. When you create these events, you create a timeline, you create a deadline, you create a sense of expectation that, okay, I need to do something by that date,
right? Because
I'm going to be held publicly accountable. We call this an annual meeting for the people. And because Operation Hope is owned by the people, because we're a nonprofit, the public has a right to know what we're doing, what we're doing with their money that is invested in Operation Hope. They also have a right to know what's going on with these corporations and the government. This is a public accounting. And there was one commitment made today by Airbnb's co-founder to help to bring in, I think it's 20,000 Afghan refugees, to put them in Airbnb homes. Operation Hope is going to help him with that. There was a commitment made, T.D. Jakes reported out on what he's doing in Atlanta to bring, he's developer here in Atlanta, Bishop T.D. Jakes, right next to Tyler Perry's studio. Unbelievable what he's going to be doing on those acreage right next to the military facility that Tyler Perry took over. I'm just thinking about all of the people who came here. Tony Ressler, Atlanta Hawks, talking about what they're doing to give blacks into the pipeline through the HBCUs. So this is not a talk fest. This is not a brag fest. This is a do fest. And it's about holding folks publicly accountable, but also celebrating those who succeed.
See, I think the biggest...
And we raised 50 grand of venture capital for a new black inventor on a pitch event 2 nights ago, right off the floor. Actually, we raised, $150,000 for her. I started it with 50,000, 100,000 joined her.
See, the thing for me when we talk about accountability, we've dealt with all of these big announcements in the post-death of George Floyd.
Yep.
And I've had these meetings with people who have made these announcements and commitments to black-owned media. And what I've said in my conversations to them is, I'm not praising you for press releases. When you actually do it is when I'll praise you. And I was talking to the CMO of General Motors and their whole advertising team, Carrot, Dentsu, and I said, I'm gonna just be clear. I said, because I think one of the things that we have done as African Americans, we have praised folks for small things that made us feel good. Oh, this one brother, one sister got appointed. Okay, but which is great, it's appreciated. But how are you changing it for a multitude of people?
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that for a lot of people, they hate the accountability part.
Yep.
But it's necessary because otherwise it's just announcement after announcement, but it's not tangible and real for the people who are most impacted.
Walmart, to that point, Walmart CEO announced their average employee pay now is $18 an hour and going up. B of A announced that they went from I don't know where it was, but it's $20 an hour for every employee, including the part-time tellers. Now, Roland, they're going $1 a day per year for 5 years. Get the average employee paid to $25 an hour. That's material.
Right.
I mean, everybody in that ballroom didn't have a job, or who has a cousin boo-boo should have been running out the door trying to get a job at Bank of America. Right. At $25 an hour, that's real money. I mean, what I love about this is everything's trackable. Like, you don't need to take my word for it. Go look for yourself and see what they're doing.
Right.
Also, I've got 4 million clients. So I'm not in the conference business. Like, I'm not in the convention business or the forum business. I'm in the transformation of life business and the scaled impact business and maximizing human potential. All this is a annual accounting of what we've been doing all year round. So it makes us a little different than most organizations. You have a motivational speaking group, and that's what they do. You have an operating nonprofit, and that's what they do. We are a bit of a blend. We operate on the ground. 180 locations in 30 states. As you know, raised credit scores 54 points in 6 months, 120 points in 24 months. Nothing changes your life more than God or love than moving your credit score 120 points. Half of black folks have a credit score below 640, which means half of us are locked out of the free enterprise system. You can be the nicest person on the planet, go to church every Sunday, be gracious and kind. Still can't get a loan to start a small business because that requires a 700 credit score because it's risky credit. Can't get a good mortgage with a good interest rate because that's a 680 credit score. Can't get a decent car loan. That's a 650 credit score. But we don't know what we don't know. It's what we don't know that we don't know that's killing us, but we think we know. We had a debate on it was on Twitter, then on your show, about whether there's any benefit to home ownership. What are you talking about? I mean, the bank owns a loan. No, you own the home. You own the home until you default. If you default, then the bank owns the home. But by the way, if you borrow the money from me, I own your home. So that's not a miracle. But if you own the home and you understand financial literacy, which is what we're teaching in these Hope Inside locations, you own the appreciation, you own the depreciation, and you get a write-off of every mortgage payment for 20 of the 30 years because most mortgages are interest payments, which means that's the best way to get wealthy in America is owning a home, but only 41% of us are owning a home. So this work on the ground, we created $3.5 billion of homeowners and small business owners at Operation Hope before we even showed up at a forum. So I could get a little defensive or cocky about, it's not my nature, it's not my style, but about a statement of, gee, is this important? I'd rather reframe it and say, when you got the power, you don't need to use it. I've got nothing to prove. We proved all that we do every day of our work. This is about you. This is about you. This is about all of you and giving you access to what I already have.
But see, here's why why I get the question, why I have no problem even answering the question.
Oh, I love it.
Because
I love constructive criticism.
Because actually, it's not even, to me, it's not even constructive criticism. What it simply is, to your point earlier, when you don't know, you don't know. Because part of the problem is that I dare say 95% of the conferences and the gatherings are talk fest.
Well,
and as somebody who's moderated
right.
a lot of these conversations,
Right.
I'll go on these panels and I will go, okay, we were here last year.
Where's the meat?
What the hell changed?
Right.
Why are we having the same conversation that this year that we had last year?
Right.
And in fact, I do sessions now where I say at the outset, okay, we're going to spend, if it's an hour, we about to spend 10 minutes on the problem.
Right.
And the other 50 minutes on the solution.
That's right.
As opposed to normally what happens is 50 minutes on the problem.
Admiring the problem.
And it's this, it's that, we can't do this, we can't do that. Yeah. And then it's 10 minutes left, and now you're trying to hurry up to get all 5 panelists laying out what the solutions are. Because for me, that doesn't help anybody. To me, you should walk away from a conference and be able to implement something short-term immediately.
Do you know why we do that, Roland? There's a reason why. We mean well. Our people we've been doing so much with so little for so long, we can almost do anything with nothing. We are an incredible people. When the rules are published and the playing field is level, we kill it. Professional sports, the arts. I mean, we even kill it in tennis, golf, and F1 racing, and NASCAR, places we've never even showed up. This capitalism and free enterprise thing, which is the whole game, is what we don't know that we don't know.
Right.
And versus acknowledging and admitting, I'm clueless here, I need some help, because God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we listen twice as much as we talk, we fake it. And or worse, we specialize in the thing that we can actually control, which is the problem. The problem narrative is easy. It's easy to be a critic, right? So and here's worse. There's three mentalities. I put this in my book, Up From Nothing. A surviving mentality, a thriving mentality, and a winning mentality. Now, anybody looks at you, sees a winner. You knew you were a winner, knew they were a winner before they ever won anything. A winner knew they were a winner before they ever won anything. And a winner is a builder. You built a company. You built an infrastructure. You built a system. You built a portfolio. You're building your life. You built a brand up from nothing. And you're infecting everybody. I walked in your studio, and everybody's got the same building ethos, the same sense of humor, the same energy, the same sense of love as you do. You're building a character and a culture. The opposite is also true. You hang around 9 broke people, you'll be the 10th. So builders, winners are builders. Then the thriving, that's the middle class. Those are getting people. Get me a promotion, get me access to a country club, get me a vacation, get me right to vote. That's the majority of America. The third group is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The third group are the folks with a surviving mentality in a thriving world.
Who are spectators.
Who are spectators, who are experts at what they are against, not an expert at what they're for. And so now you're admiring the problem because that's what you understand.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go into a barbershop in a 700 credit score neighborhood, black or white, they're talking about their ideas and they're talking about how they're going to move on those things. You go to a barbershop in a 500 credit score, equal brilliance, but bad culture, they're talking about other people. You go to a winner's barbershop, here's what I'm doing. You go to the barbershop where people feel defeated, they talk about other people, either celebrities or people they admire, but also often, I don't like Joe. I don't like Roland Martin. Well, let me tell you something. I don't understand people. How could you not like anything here you see? You should just be like, this is amazing. It's cool. You may not even like how he does it or how I do it, but it's like, you know what? They're succeeding. They're killing it. All you should be is, that's fantastic. But if I don't like me, I'm not going to like you. If I don't feel good about me, it's hard for me to feel good about you. If I don't respect me, don't expect me to respect you. If I don't love me, I don't have a clue how to love you. And here's the big one. If I don't have a purpose in my life, I'm going to make your life a living hell.
And see, what drives. So
this becomes a marketplace of despair, fear, defeatism, and versus us challenging that and adding solutions, which feels weird to our community.
Right.
We rather just, when you run out of town, get in front of the crowd, make like a parade, just add fuel to that fire. Yeah, you upset the white man. Yeah, this is horrible. Yeah, I mean, racism is like rain. It's either falling someplace or it's gathering. Get on an umbrella and start walking through it because it's not going to change, so you must. But that's a harder thing to say.
I'm Faraji Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture. Weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
The thing that's what I sort of walk people through who don't understand the level of conversation. One, what drives them crazy is when I say, I don't give a shit what you think.
Right.
It absolutely drives them crazy.
Right.
Because they're like, well, you responded, which means you do. I'm like, no, actually, I'm telling you I don't, because I actually don't.
Right.
Because I'm not about to.
No, you care about the people, but you're not
right.
obsessed with how they feel about you.
Right. So I'm like, because my whole deal is okay. Again, there's so many people who get caught up in it, but also the thing that drives me crazy, because you talk about the need for Black America to have a reboot, software upgrade. I said we'd be reprogrammed.
Right.
Like I had to even tell my followers. I said, when I post something on my page about X company, what they spend, and how we get 0.5% of it.
Right.
I said, I'll see 10, 11 comments. I said, but I'll post about something that's absolutely bullshit.
Right.
I said, and it's 300, 400, 500.
That's right, 2,000 comments.
And so,
right.
and I would tell them, I would say, so y'all, this over here can get us as Black people $1 billion. This over here is a TV show.
That's right.
I said, now.
But we specialize in drama.
Right. And I just said.
Drama don't pay a mortgage, don't pay a car note, don't send your kid to college, but we love
And
drama.
I said, and I need y'all to understand, when I post over here about X company, if you took the 400 to 500 or 1,000 comments that are over here and apply to over here, I said, oh, they're going to be real jumpy. I said, what you don't understand is when you only see 8 to 10 comments, they go, oh, we fine.
That's right.
We good. I said, but that could be $1 billion. I said, this gets us nothing. And I'm fine with just, we all watch stuff that just takes our mind off of stuff. I said, but we can't, everything we do can't take our mind off of stuff. I said, because maybe our minds need to be on some stuff. It just has to be then discussed and dealt with in a different way.
That's what Bishop T.D. Jakes said at our forum this week, and that's what Ambassador Andrew Young has said. The next movement has to be from the neck up, not the hands down, the neck up. We got to think our way out of this problem. You know, you make money during the day, you build wealth in your sleep. You make money during the day, you build wealth in your sleep. Wealth is a mindset. It's about compounding. You can't build wealth without compounding. You can't compound unless you understand how capitalism and free enterprise works. People want to say, I want to get this money, I want to get paid, I want to get this dollar, I want to get this, I want to get. You know, that means nothing. You can go broke tomorrow. But in fact, 70% of those who win the lottery bankrupt in 5 years. 70% of those who are in the NBA and the NFL bankrupt in 5 years after retirement. Money has velocity. It will come in your hands and through your hands. And a fool and his money is soon departed. The question is, do you have a wealth mindset? My mother worked an hourly job. She's here. Worked an hourly job, but bought and sold 7 homes. Is financially independent. Has a credit score of 854, which means she's not black, she's green. My mother had a wealth mindset, even though she had an hourly wage. So we've got to get our minds right. And in some ways, this is Malcolm X all over again. He said, we've been bamboozled, we've been tricked, we've been fooled. It's Andrew Young who said, we integrated the lunch counter, him and Dr. King, but we didn't integrate the money. And he said to live in a system of free enterprise, Roland, and not to understand the rules of free enterprise, which is mindset, must be the very definition of slavery. I'll slow that down. Say it again for those in the back of the room. To live in a system of free enterprise. This is modern day slavery now. And not to understand the rules of free enterprise must be the very definition of slavery. So if you look about our neighborhoods, think about where George Floyd was murdered. 500 credit score neighborhood. Here's what you see. Check casher, next to a payday loan lender, next to a rent-to-own store, next to a liquor store, next to a pawn shop. I mean, this narrative is in every community across this country. Don't we see some pattern here? So mindset is everything. And in some ways, the bad people who mean us harm have won.
Yeah. That's
in this regard.
And that's why when I tell folk, and Pastor John P. Kidd, gospel singer, sent me, he said, man, do these people know you crazy gangster? He said, I love seeing some of your responses. He said, you will tell some folk go to hell real quick. And I said, he had me cracking up. And I said, I don't want to have to go off on people. I said, but I do think it's important to let some folk know, you do know what you say means it has no effect on you.
Well,
because
you're making smart sexy is what you're doing. You don't like. You discriminate against stupid and dumb people in ignorance. That's what you. Yeah, I
can't. Yeah. I can't. I
understand. I'm working on it.
I can't. Myself. I mean, I can't. And I'm gonna try to talk to somebody. I'm gonna try, but
get you in therapy.
But it's like, but if you can't keep sitting here, I'm like, and also I can't invest that level of time and energy because I know there's somebody out there who wants the same time and energy. Who's gonna take advantage of it?
Right.
And that's the thing. Cause I really don't get people who there are people who come on my page on my Black Star Network app, my YouTube channel, to whine and complain. Mm-hmm. And I said,
because we don't have a therapist.
I said, we alive 2 hours a day.
Right.
You literally take 2 hours of your day to come on the page
But it's
to complain.
It's public therapy. We never got a psychologist. We never got a shrink. We never had an apology after slavery. We never had a healing. There's 3 ways to live: suicide, coping, and healing. Healing's just hard. Love is work. You lived your whole life committed to truth, committed to healing, committed to hard work. I mean, you could have mailed this in. You could have sent a whole crew down here and let somebody else do it. You're sitting there trying not to yawn because you've been working all day for the last 3 days.
They've been going.
Because love is work, non-love is laziness, and anti-love is evil.
And the work ain't just been here; it's the other projects and the other deal, which is why I also I tell these people, because I know you deal with it as well. They come up to you and I want to get what you got. But do you want to do?
Then work like I work.
Do you want to do?
Right.
And see, then we had that conversation with them.
They're like, oh, I got it.
Right. Like I tell people like, oh my God, Pastor Jakes. I tell people all the time. I said, are you celebrating Bishop T.D. Jakes, Potter's House Bishop T.D. Jakes, or do you want to talk about Bishop T.D. Jakes when he was digging ditches in West Virginia?
And he's still working hard, by the way, every day.
But the thing though is, I say you cannot celebrate
Right.
Potter's House, Dallas, Texas Bishop T.D. Jakes if you do not acknowledge and deal with the digging ditches when his wife, when they were on welfare. I said, because I said, that's the same person.
That's right.
And that's the thing, man, that for me, what people, if they come to Hope Global Forum, if they watch the videos, they need to also hear that and understand it and not just go, ooh, I'm seeing success. No. I need to understand how that happened.
That's right. Only in the dictionary does the word success come before the word work, because it's alphabetical. Now, it goes back to what I said about healing, coping, and suicide. Love is work. Non-love is laziness. Anti-love is evil. Evil exists. It's very rare. Roland, most people are just lazy. Intellectually lazy, spiritually lazy, emotionally lazy, financially lazy. They don't want to do the work. That's not me casting aspersions. That's not me calling somebody a name. It's like me saying that there's a painting over there. Either you do the work or you don't. Either you're in the fight or you aren't. Either you're in it to win it or you're not. But you can't say, I want to be successful, and then you show up, then your motto in life is in late, long lunch, and leave early. That doesn't work. Late, long lunch, leave early doesn't work if you want to be successful.
We literally had a discussion, a fierce discussion backstage last night about the drama happening in Philadelphia with Ben Simmons. And so here's an individual who possesses the capacity to be great. The capacity to be great.
Yes.
But hasn't dealt with why you pass up a two foot layup, why you won't take a 3-point shot. And now he's sensitive, he's feeling, because the 76ers have criticized him, his coaches criticized him. But it's like, but do you want to be great? Because if you want to be great, you got to sit there, there's some work you got to put in. And you can't ride this natural ability. No, you got to actually put in the work. And I think
you should go look at the Michael Jordan's documentary,
or
how much work Michael Jordan put into the game and how much mental work. That was most mental work as it was physical.
But that was my whole point. My whole point there was, and that's where the mental piece comes in.
Yeah.
And so what I argue is that if we're having this conversation about entrepreneurship, what we're building, you have to confront, do you have the mental fortitude to say no, to say yes, to not beat yourself up, not think you're better than you really are. It's all here. And that's where I go back to that reprogramming, or as you say, that reboot, that software upgrade. Because if that doesn't happen, I love the sister from Edelman when she said, not we're going to be majority minority. She says we'll be the emerging. I love the emerging majority.
Majority, right?
That's the piece right there. That if we do not deal with that mindset, that brain power, that piece right there, we're going to be having the same why we haven't done this
Yes.
discussion in 2043, in 2063, in 2163. That has to happen.
This is why your first question was so important about what does all this matter, and my response about the young man who I eyeballed, and really the model for Operation Hope for 29 years now, which is there's a difference between being broke and being poor. Being broke is economic. We'll all be there at some point if you take a risk. But being poor is a disabling frame of mind, a depressed condition of your spirit. And you must vow never, ever, ever to be poor again. Whether you believe you can or whether you believe you can't, you're right. Success is going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. You and I take no for vitamins. I mean, if you're not resilient, you're going to get run over. You'll never make it because you've got to literally outrun failure. Like, none of this is easy. Particularly if you're black, it's not easy.
So you talk, and the thing about, we talk about the conference, well, the young brother came up to you. It was a sister who came up to me here.
Yeah.
And she said, I saw you 3 or 4 years ago.
Yep.
She said, I need you to understand that you said something to me that completely changed my life. And I was like, really? Don't recall.
Right. I've seen that happen with a number of people who come up to you, by the way.
And she said, I came up to you and she said, and I told you, I felt I wasn't worthy what I was doing. And you told me, who the hell told you you were not worthy?
That's right.
And she said, you spoke things into me. She says, she said, every day I'm hearing your voice.
That's right.
And she was walking through this whole deal. Then she started telling me how all of these different business she started, this nonprofit she started, all these things that she's done. And that's also, to me, the value, because it's not always just going to an event and hearing the people on stage. It's also connecting with the other people who are there as well, who they might say something to you.
It's a new tribe. It's a new tribe. Look, I think it's very controversial, I guess, but I don't think so. I think that 50% of America and 70% of Black America is clinically undiagnosed depressed.
I agree.
And on the Black piece, even before 2020, before George Floyd, before all this, just with our history in this country, slavery, all that mental, psychological oppression. You and I aren't physically tired right now. We're mentally and emotionally exhausted because we've been pouring out.
Right.
We've given gas but not fuel. So imagine getting beat up for 400 years and never being reaffirmed. You're not being told you're great. You're not being told that black is right. You're not being told that you can do anything. You're being told just the opposite. 5 pillars of success. Again, from my book, Up From Nothing. As much education you can shove down your throat. This is how you absolutely guarantee you do this. I guarantee you'll be successful. Guarantee you. You do 3 of what I'm about to say, you'll still succeed. You do 4 or 5, you'll kill it. So if you're a parent, watch this. If you're a student, do this. As much education you shove down your throat. Understanding how financial literacy works, the math of the matter. How does the economy work? Economics, which is what we're teaching here at Operation Hope. 3, family structure and resiliency. 4, self-esteem and confidence. 5, role models and environment. What are you creating here in Roland Unfiltered? Culture and environment. What did your parents give you? Confidence and self-esteem. Those 2 things are different.
Which is interesting.
Yep.
Because that was 2 of the things my parents didn't have.
That's right. Nor did my mother.
So I saw it.
Nor my mother.
There were opportunities that came their way.
Yep.
That they passed.
Yep.
Believe, not me. But again, what I saw was, I'm not going to do that. Because, to your point, emphasize education.
Yep.
You
hit all 5, Roland?
Right.
You hit all 5.
So even though
education,
you
understand the math.
Right. So even
though
they did not,
they gave it to you. Grab
that. I saw it and I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. In fact, my dad introduced me. I spoke at a men's group at the church in Houston, and he introduced me and he said, when my son says he's gonna do something, he does it, and then he says, I don't know where he got that from. I'm like, no. I got it from y'all.
Right.
So everything so people think that if something our parents didn't do, that's what we're gonna do as well. No. Mm-hmm. We can see it and say, no, I'm gonna do the opposite of that.
My mother wasn't told that she was loved by her mother. She was told just the opposite, you ain't nothing. She just spent every day of her life telling me that she loves me. Even though she didn't love herself because she wasn't told she was loved by her mother, she knew how important it was to reverse that cycle and pour that love into me. One of my number one traits in this world is my self-esteem. And confidence is competence. So if you're competent at being a cameraman, you'll be confident about that. That doesn't mean you have high self-esteem. If you're confident about finance, you'll be competent about that. That doesn't mean you have high self-esteem. Esteem is how you feel about yourself.
Right.
The thing that America took from us is how we feel about ourselves.
Which is why we say stuff like, well, that is a black business. Well, you know how we are.
That's right.
All those different phrases.
That's right.
The conversation.
It's also where crab in the barrel came from.
Yeah, the conversation that you had to that point, just share briefly the conversation that you did with Reggie Jackson, who, again, America, Reggie Jackson, so arrogant, so cocky, and all of that, which I find to be very hilarious because Joe DiMaggio, until he died, required, whenever he was introduced, he required them to say, Joe DiMaggio, the greatest living Yankee.
So let's break that down.
With a bunch of other greats living.
So when a white man walks into a room who's accomplished and who has confidence, we go, oh my God, they just believe in themselves. That's just, look at that belief, that confidence, that self-esteem, oh, look at that's great. When a black man walks into a room who's confident, look, he's cocky, he's arrogant, it's because we've never seen it before. It's because we don't recognize. It's like a Martian walking into a room. And so we attribute it to the thing.
Oh, that was the first thing, because before you and I met, I edited a story, and man, that damn John Hope Bryant, man, that's the one. Man, his cocky ass. So when someone says that, then when you read the story, then it's like, oh, well, he sounds, again, the perception that somebody places on you, as opposed to, no, that's a confident brother who know where he's going.
We just have never seen it before. We have these,
it scares us.
We have these examples of low self-esteem that's all around us, and then we have these, and then we jump and we didn't have the examples of we created celebrity in America to replace royalty in Europe. Celebrity is an American creation. So again, it replaced blue blood royalty in Europe. That celebrity is an outsized sort of magical version of esteem, if you want to call it that. I won't call it self-esteem, but it's esteem. And it's magnifying so-called greatness, sort of sunglasses on at night sort of a thing. So either we're overcorrecting, trying to be something we're not, or we think we're not good enough. But here's my thing. I'm not better than you. I'm not worse than you. I am who I am.
Right.
I'm reasonably comfortable in my own skin. It's okay if you don't like me. I like me. What did Quincy Jones say? It's not 1 ounce of my self-esteem. It's dependent upon your acceptance of me.
Right.
That's what you said earlier. I don't need your acceptance. Imagine how freeing that is. Imagine how liberating that is when you're not reliant upon somebody else to say you're okay. So and then we call that arrogant or cocky because we don't need to have our belief affirmed by the person we're talking to. No, we can disagree without being disagreeable. Look, you have a view, you believe in your view, God bless you. I hope that's working for you. I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you about it.
Right.
To argue with a fool proves there are two. Not 1 ounce of my value depends on whatever's coming out of your mouth. God bless you. I'm going over here.
Right.
By the way, I encourage you not to stand in my way, because if I'm going over there, around it, through it, I may go to it through you.
Right.
I mean you no harm. But when I run you over, I told you I was coming. I encourage you to get out of the way. That's not cockiness. That's absolute dead-on belief. That's a dreamer with a shovel in their hands, and you need one on every block.
Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punch!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America.
All momentum we have now, We have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? As you were talking, I thought about in terms of the difference between when we put something on and we
put something in,
and we go, yeah, that looked good.
Yeah.
So when you walk out that door, you walk out because you like, I know I'm looking good. You walk out, but then you take the person, whether it's a woman who thinks that her dress or skirt is too short, or the brother who says my jacket is too tight. What's happening is she's constantly pulling down, constantly pulling down.
Right.
Or the brother's constantly, changing because you're not confident in how you look.
By the way, why did you wear that skirt that didn't come over your hip if you didn't think men were going to be looking at it? And if you're going to wear that, wear it.
Right, but
whatever you're going to do.
Right, but here's what happens. Again, what that says is you put it on
for others.
You had doubts when you put it on.
Right. And you need to be affirmed.
You walked out, and so what happens? Is this too short?
Right.
Or,
right.
Hey, bro, is this jacket too tight? And I go, don't walk out the house. If that doubt comes into your mind, go change clothes.
That's right.
And so I applied that. So as you were talking about confidence and esteem, that's the thing that people don't get. Yeah. We walked out of the house going, my stuff fit, looks good. I don't care.
I'm enough all by myself.
I'm about to rock this. And they looking like, how the hell you think you sitting here and you like I joked with you earlier when I said, and it's true, I can't wear tennis shoes with suits.
Right.
My brain does. Russell Simmons has done that. I was with Glenn Turman. I cannot. You I'm comfortable, I'm good. And here's the deal. If you're working it and rocking it, great. If I choose to wear some dress shoes, great. We still got to walk to the same place.
And what's this called? What is this properly called that you're wearing right now? What's the name of it?
Some called dashiki.
Okay, so I just
call it African attire.
So I can't wear African attire every day. I've got some beautiful African dashikis. I've got some beautiful stuff from India. I wear them on special occasions. You wear it every day. I don't use the word can't and impossible, but I can't get myself to wear it every day. It's not my style. But I can wear, it is my style, to wear tennis shoes with suits. Because I believe that, I'm comfortable with that, it comes off well.
There you go.
And because you're comfortable with this, it comes off
well.
And so whatever suit you put on, and hopefully it's a suit of your self-love every day, that's the suit you got to wear with absolute comfort, not with arrogance, because all really arrogance is actually insecurity.
Right.
When you're screaming and hollering at people, that's insecurity. When you're angry, what that's really underneath that is you're really saying, I'm hurt. Anger is nothing more than a cover for your emotions. You're not able to deal with the fact that I was hurt, I was offended, you didn't esteem me. So let's deal with what's underneath it, because then you're really comfortable in your own skin. The reason that people trust you so much is because you're authentic, Roland. You people know it's not a game. They may like you, they may not like you. It's irrelevant. I tell people, I'd rather you respect me and learn to like me than like me and never respect me. It doesn't mean I don't want to be liked. I'd love to be liked, but it doesn't make or take from my day, because I understand I'm doing something that nobody really understands. When I started this 25 years ago, and Roland, you know this, I remember walking up to the White House and saying, I'm John Hope Bryant.
No.
I said, I know who you
are. You keep saying it's the White House. No, it was the airport. It was LAX.
All right.
We were at baggage claim, and you said, hey, I'm John Hope Bryant. I was like, dude, I know who you are.
Right.
I said, I know. And you like, huh? I was like, yeah.
But the reason I said that was that I wasn't questioning myself. No one gave me share of mine back then. it doesn't surprise me now that you were paying attention to that because you're a smart guy and you're looking around the corner for the future. But please read my book, Up From Nothing, if you're interested in this story and you want to know how to come up from nothing. That story's not about my successes. It's about my failures. It's about 30 years of people looking at me and doing this. Oh, financial literacy. Oh, capitalism. Oh, free enterprise. I'm so tired of this guy. Oh, is he coming into this again? Oh, do I have to hear this speech again? Oh, I'm so tired. Now nobody's saying it. Now people, can I get that? How do you get that contract? Hey, John, can you introduce me to this person? Hey, John, can you come meet with me? Whoa, slow down, Turbo.
Right.
You slow down. You dissing me 30 years ago.
Right.
Now you're my friend.
Oh,
I don't make you pay a penalty for it. But it's not like I don't. It's not like I've forgotten, right? So the world caught up to me. I haven't changed.
Well, see that's what the reason I'm cracking up with that. It's like COVID hits, and all of a sudden my phone is blowing up. Hey man, I I need a home studio. What camera to buy? What lights to get? All this sort of stuff, and it's like, oh, like I've been trying to tell y'all this for the longest.
Right.
And then people like, man, you on top of this thing long before anybody else. And it was like, yes. And to your point, when somebody told me, I met one of your middle school teachers who said you ain't changed, and I went, thank you.
I'm consistent.
And they thought I was being, you just been. I said, no. I said, somebody said, no, we should all change. I said, no, see,
we should grow.
I said, what you don't understand is the focus that I had to be the best communications high school student at my high school.
Yes.
Applied to Texas A&M.
Yes.
Applied when I got out.
Yes.
I said, that's what you don't understand.
Right. That's right.
And that's the thing.
Right.
And so I think people.
And your character should never change. Who you are as a person should never change. That should be your fingerprint for life. People need to know.
It's a foundational issue.
Absolutely.
And I think that's where. So I think we're in this point now because you said something earlier when you talked about, which is why I've been using consistently the hashtag Black Economic Social Justice. Yeah. Is that, and what I've said is
social justice through an economic lens.
I said,
the third reconstruction.
I said they ain't got a problem. I said they really don't have a problem with us protesting against mass incarceration, protesting for criminal justice reform, protesting to end voter suppression. I said, but it was Coretta Scott King said, they killed my Martin
over money
when he started talking about the money.
Right.
And when you start talking about the money, that's a whole different conversation. And I dare say, every other societal ill that we can lay out that affects black people, I said, if we don't deal with the money,
you'll never solve
you
any
cannot confront any of those. When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
The greatest compliment, one of the greatest compliments that I think I've ever received was by accident. Bernice A. King, Dr. King's, Prescott King's daughter, wrote in an email introducing me to someone else. John Hope Bryant and Operation Hope are creating an economic infrastructure for Black America. It touched my heart. I'm like, after all those years of being dissed and dismissed and discounted, here is the heir apparent to the legacy of the one that we all admire, who took the time in the mental space, the mind space, to understand what this guy was doing, who some might say is competing with the legacy of her father. Some insecure people might say, he's trying to ride the coattails of your father. She said, no, he's extending the legacy
it's
of
the
my
continuation.
father. He's continuing the work of my father. He's protecting the legacy of my father. He's trying to pay off what my dad set up.
In fact, I would say, I did not realize this until I was doing my research. First of all, his book, Chaos or Community, Where Do We Go From Here?
Where do we go from here? Yeah.
Which is, I did not realize that book was not published for 10 years after his death.
Really? Chaos or Community?
It was not published.
Wow.
So I sat there and I went, damn.
Yeah.
I said, imagine if that book was.
Yeah. I have to reread it this
So
week.
here you had 10 years of folk
Wilderness period.
not being able, and it was written in '68.
Yeah.
Last book, worst selling book. But the thing that I was as it hit me, and I thought about the Gary Convention, the Black Political Convention in Gary, Indiana, in 1972, where the decision was made: our future is in politics.
Wow.
And I've talked to many who were there who said that was a mistake that we made.
Ambassador Young said last night at dinner, he said, we might have taken political power or politics as far as we can take it.
Yes.
And we now need to shift to economics.
So imagine had they picked that mantle of king up
Yes.
after '68.
Yes.
Because remember, Nixon wins,
Yeah.
Arthur Fletcher comes in,
Yes.
put affirmative action
Nixon
in place.
created affirmative action, which is
and but the roots of it actually was when LBJ gave a speech at Howard University, where he used the phrase "take affirmative action."
Okay. LBJ did.
LBJ
Yeah,
did,
yeah.
and then Nixon wins. Arthur Fletcher puts it in, but then it was this whole piece, and so then you had black politics, but what most people remember about the black politics of Hatcher, Coleman Young, Marion Barry, Maynard Jackson was the economic piece. And I keep saying, y'all, that was the brilliance of them. But when you got to the 80s and then 90s, you had black politicians that wasn't the primary focus. Right. And so where we are now.
Well, let's go back to the March on Washington, though. March on Washington was a march for jobs and freedom. Jobs and freedom. And the March on Washington.
Initially it was a march on Washington for jobs for civil rights.
Yeah, well, let's go back even further, though. A. Philip Randolph. The credit is given to the civil rights leaders of the 60s for that, but really A. Philip Randolph threatened that march.
Yes.
From 1945 forward. And because he threatened it and did it in a way that was elegant, he got the president of the United States then to integrate the military, which is where the black middle class came from.
Right.
You couldn't have doctors and lawyers and bankers, business people, and in the professions in the mainstream because white people didn't want you working on them. But those professions came from the military, and when we graduated from the military, which was integrated thanks to A. Philip Randolph, we were able to go off into the mainstream of the 60s and create the second Reconstruction, this getting group that I mentioned earlier, the middle class getting a job, getting access, people who cash checks. And now, Roland, we need to have folks in the third Reconstruction who write checks.
And so I want to pick up on that. The last part of our conversation, the third Reconstruction. Reverend Dr. William Barber, Poor People's Campaign.
Brilliant guy.
His book, Third Reconstruction.
I'm talking about something different, but a
right.
Brilliant guy.
But actually, you're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Because in my conversation with both of you, here he's picking up so you picked up. So let me say it this way. Let me properly set the table. Reverend Leon Sullivan introduces the Operation Breadbasket to Dr. King.
Right.
King says, Reverend, come down to Atlanta, present to the SCLC. He does. He said, we're going to adopt this. We're going to name it Operation Breadbasket.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yes, came
Dr.
from
King
Leon
invited.
Sullivan.
I know it came from Leon Sullivan. I know Dr.
He
King
invited them
him.
to present to the SCLC. They adopted it. They named it Operation Breadbasket because the first companies they went after were bread companies.
Wow.
So Martin Depp's book on Operation Breadbasket, so that 66 to 71, what they created and how they impacted.
And Leon Sullivan was the first black man on a corporate board of directors also. And then
So he was doing this in Philly.
right.
Brought it
Owns
to King.
real estate to this day in Philly.
Brought it to King.
A shopping mall.
They created Operation Breadbasket in Chicago. King wanted to create breadbasket chapters that were separate from SCLC.
Okay.
All across the country, he gets killed.
Right.
So they achieved that. So here you had the breadbasket piece. So when Bernice King says that you're picking that piece up, which is you're dealing, that was directly going after companies where they were saying we want blacks in senior positions, blacks being hired. Part of the conditions were black companies being hired to do what now called minority supply development, and part of the deal was you had to deposit money in black banks.
Right.
So that was the whole breadbasket piece.
Which is what's going on in the forum, by the way.
Okay, so you had that piece. So that's what breadbasket was.
Right.
King was planning the Poor People's Campaign.
Right.
Okay.
Which was it's whispered in his ear by Marion Wright Edelman.
What did King also do? King mandated that it had to be biracial. He said no.
That's right.
So when they had that first meeting, there were white folks from Kentucky and other places.
More poor whites in America than poor anybody else,
Right.
then and today.
So Barber picks up the Poor People Campaign part.
Gotcha.
So you're not actually doing anything different. You're actually taking up both pieces of MLK. They were simply talking to two different audiences. One was
That's fair enough.
poor people and driven. One was the corporate aspect.
Right.
So right
And
now,
he's more civil rights in the streets. I'm in civil rights in the suites.
there you go.
Yeah.
But and King was doing both.
Right.
And that's what, because in fact, what was interesting is his folks in SCLC were like, hold up, why we have these separate chapters? Because he understood that the suites people
That's right.
can't do the same thing as the streets.
That's right.
Because it's two different
conversations.
Two different conversations.
Right.
So right now, where we are, and I use it all the time on the show as well, while we have to be thinking third Reconstruction, it's because Reconstruction is reconstructing.
That's right.
And if you don't deal with the money, that was a failure of the first Reconstruction.
That's right.
That was a failure of the second Reconstruction. They were successful, 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, Fair Housing Act, Brown versus Board of Education, all of that. But if you don't confront the money.
That's it. Nothing would ever change. And you got to do it systemically at the groundwater and at the level of the lake. And so some of my work is at the level of the lake. That's my coaching systems. Some of my work is at the level of groundwater, which is these conversations, this systemic conversations, trying to get companies to change literally how they do business, which changes starts with how the CEO and the leadership teams think. So Roland and I, this is not a disagreement, but we do approach things differently. We're working the same street, but he may pound the street and I may want to empower the street, or he may protest the street, I may want to partner with the street. But you need the protest.
But it's classic inside outside.
No, it's classic inside outside.
Right.
And so he says there's no need for a press release, no use for a press release. No, I would say it starts with the press release. You got to, because once the press release happens, they're on record. And so he's right that ultimately you
No. I didn't say
help
there's no
people
need for
hold-
the press release.
Yeah.
What I said is, I'm not going to issue the praise for the press
That's
release.
right. You wanted the results.
My
Right.
deal is,
Yeah.
so I accept the press release.
Yeah.
I acknowledge the press release.
Yeah.
What I'm not going to do is go,
Yeah.
oh man,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
in reading Depp's book, this is what he said. He said, and it blew me away. I mean, John, when I say blew me away, he said, the greatest weakness of Breadbasket was we did not have the infrastructure to follow up and on accountability.
Right.
He said,
What I'm building
we
is
had
infrastructure.
great announcements.
Right.
We signed the MOUs.
Right.
He said it was wonderful.
Right.
He said, but we jumped to the next MOU, the next MOU. He said, what we didn't do
Right.
was keep coming back going, y'all said y'all were going to hire 250 people, but you've only hired 80.
There's another piece, Roland, though, that's missing.
Which is the accountability part.
Yes, there's another piece is missing. And if there's anything I want anybody to remember from this conversation with me, as far as my contribution here, it's this. Black America has got relationships in civil rights, in social justice, in faith, in academia, and in community. People call each other, they're on text chats, they're back and forth, they go to each other's events, go to each other's houses. It's, oh, hey, how you doing? Hey, Jay, what's going on? Yeah, what's it? We got no relationship capital to business, no relationship capital to capitalism, no relationship capital to how money works. The only thing we say is, give it to me. I want to, in other words, we use a blunt force object for something that is a nuance game. A billionaire, and I know because I have the conversations with them. I actually talking to one billionaire, brought him a business opportunity. He said, "John, stop it. Stop bringing." It wasn't for me. It was I thought I was doing him a favor. Stop bringing me business opportunities. Listen now, what he said. Well, I don't want to make any more money. So he said, I don't need to make any more money. That's not what my life's about right now. Basically, what he's saying is, do I like you? Do I respect you? Do I admire you? Do you make me feel good by being around you? Do I want to even be bothered? If I don't, then I have no interest. Go talk to some of my people in my foundation, but don't talk to me. So what I've learned is that things move because people have a relationship with you. Mm-hmm. It's relationship capital. I cannot stress enough. You cannot pound somebody over the head, beat them over the head with a club and expect them to like you, respect you, admire you, trust you, feel comfortable with you. They need to be pushed, prodded, encouraged to be their best self. But you're gonna have to cut them a break in their short term because that's what they don't know that they don't know. The best people in the world, meaning the best character, will screw up with the best of intentions. They don't know. They're issuing the press release and have no idea how they're gonna get there. You know what? I actually am the opposite. I give them credit. Look, you saw George Floyd get murdered. You wanted to do something. You told your staff to knock it out, just like you're telling them to, I don't know, buy some piping for your oil company. You just issued a directive and you told them solve this. I get it. That's not going to happen. But I get that you thought enough of this that you wanted them to move. They made a commitment and they have no clue how they're going to achieve it. My job is to help them connect those dots.
Right.
To help them achieve the thing they're now on record saying that they want to do. When I would end with this story. I was talking to his brother in Harlem, and this was 20 years ago. He said, President Reagan's a racist. Reagan's still alive, God rest his soul. I said, no, Reagan's not a racist. Yeah, he's a racist. I said, look, Reagan's not my politics. People think I'm a Republican, by the way, I'm not. It's not my ideal politician has a Republican head and a Democratic heart, right? I'm an independent, just for the record. But, Reagan's a racist. No, he's not. He goes on and goes on. I said, look, stop it, man. Look, Reagan's politics are not my politics, but I know the man. Let me tell you something. He's not a racist. Reagan doesn't hate you. He's not thinking about you at all. Reagan don't know no black people. He's not related to any black people. His wife's not a sister. He didn't grow up around people of color. He's got no relationship to black people whatsoever. He don't hate you. He's not thinking about you. And the only time he does think about you is when he hears criticism about him, about us, which means that if the first piece of legislation that comes across his desk is from the CBC, Congressional Black Caucus, and they just called him everything but the devil, no one voted for him. He's got no relationship with him. They never said anything nice about him. And now he's got some legislation for that or legislation from his buddies over here. Human nature says, which legislation is he going to pass? He's going to sign the one from his friends. The issue aside, because he says, because he's a human being. These people don't like me. You have to have a relationship with people. You've got to have, that's why I say talk without being offensive, listen without being defensive, and always leave even your adversary with their dignity. Because if you don't, they'll spend the rest of their life trying to make you miserable. So there needs to be relationship capital built up in our community with people with whom you don't understand, with whom you may not agree.
And who they don't understand.
And who they don't understand.
Which is why.
Before we ask for something, by the way, before we say, gimme, you say, here am I. And by the way, here's a stunning one. What can I do for you?
See what I do. See, when we're going back and forth, what I lay out to companies is, oh, you want something from us. The market share that we're providing, the buying of goods and services.
Yes.
I go, what's the return on investment?
That's what you should be doing. You're a technical tactical delivery of goods, products, and services that have a material value with data attached. You should be saying, what's my piece of that defined pie? I'm talking about thought leadership here.
Right.
Phyllis, I'm talking about the philosophy
Right.
of the playing ground. You're on the playing field.
Right.
It's two different conversations. Both are important.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
when you have the back and forth, like I won't name the company, but
oh my God, that's progress.
No, because I've already publicly named the company.
Okay.
So I called out this company. I didn't call out the company. I simply publicly acknowledged the business that they were doing with a black targeted company.
Fair enough.
And then I asked the question,
Yeah.
Are you going to make a commitment to black-owned media? Well, then this company.
Fair question.
Then this company named a black CEO.
Yeah.
So I put the photo of the black CEO. Congratulations on getting. I certainly hope you, as the CEO, will look into and change this company's policy as it relates to how it interacts and funds black-owned media.
Right.
So I get a phone call yesterday.
Right.
I get an email.
Right.
Email sent to someone. This person goes, "Hey, I would like to set up a meeting with our CEO. I think your expertise and knowledge when it comes to the area of black media and marketing would be great for him to learn from and understand." And so a friend of mine, he was like, "So you just got an email out the blue?" I said, No, the email didn't just come out the blue.
Right.
I said, it wasn't like they were sitting around going, let's call Roland Martin. I said, the post got the attention.
But do we care how they get there?
Right, no. Right.
We're just glad they got the promise.
Right, but they're because I've had friends who said, well, why couldn't you do this quietly? And I had to explain to the friend, we were doing it quietly.
Right, it wasn't working.
We were talking.
Right.
And then all of a sudden,
right.
Oh, we think he's too controversial.
Right.
So I had to your point, give a little nudge.
Yes.
And it wasn't, y'all ain't this, don't buy this here. Right. I was kind of like, but I'm quite sure when they went back and they calculated, okay, 620,000 on Instagram.
Right.
620,000
you got the data.
on Twitter,
Yes.
1.3 million on Facebook, 805,000 on YouTube.
Right.
They probably went, I think we might want to have the conversation because he could post something that says, don't buy our product. Then you lose market share.
Or conversely, he could post something that says, buy our product.
Because
here's a good company.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that to me,
that's the long term.
And that to me, and again, when I talk about approaches, I think, again, we're talking about inside outside. What you do is, hey guys, you actually are looking at Roland the wrong way.
Right.
Can be of value to you.
Right.
And so, because even a lot of times those companies approach it as, how dare they ask us? Well, probably if you actually look at your numbers, you're not doing well.
Right.
Maybe you ought to check that. That to me is where, and I tell black people, this is like somebody hit me, well man, you gonna change your content Because all of a sudden, you getting ads? I said,
No.
no. I said, folk know us who I am. I said, because here's the deal. If you respond to me because of my data, how did I get the data?
Right.
How did I get the numbers?
Right.
Because I'm being my authentic self.
Sure.
I said, if you want to reach black, you got to talk to black.
Right.
I said, you got to accept also who we are and
Right.
what we do. That to me, I think, is this interesting dynamic that we're in. But I dare say, every one of us, we must be thinking third reconstruction.
Absolutely.
For minimum.
2020 to 2030.
Minimum, I keep saying minimum in the next 20 years.
Yeah.
First was 10 to 12 years. The second was 14, 16 years. I say we have to be thinking that way for a minimum 20 years of constant, in that way for corporate America,
Right.
foundations,
Right.
federal government, state government, county government, city, and thinking that way. Otherwise, we're going to be having these same conversations. And as someone who's 52, I keep saying the next 20 years from now, a brother who's 30 or who's 40 should not be fighting the exact same fight.
Amen. Amen.
So where do you want, so I'll ask you, 20 years from now, since we're talking about measurement, someone's going to see this 20 years from now. What should Operation Hope look like in 2041?
We should be out of business. We should be out of business. There should be no need for a Hope Global Forum where I'm asking people to do the thing that they should be doing anyway. There should be no need for me to provide financial coaching and counseling for people who are effectively left behind by no fault of their own. There should be no need for convincing society that it's good business to do business with people who are black and brown and different. This economy should be a $50 trillion economy versus $20 trillion now in the U.S., and it should include all of God's children, because the color is not black, white, red, brown, or yellow, it's green. The best way, the beautiful part about math is it doesn't have an opinion. We should be out of business. People should this should just become a norm. Unfortunately, the risk, there's a couple of things that should happen if we are successful. A couple of things one thing should happen and one thing I hope doesn't happen but might. Number one is we should be taking the rights and opportunities of blacks and brown people to be part of the economy and GDP growth to the tune of 2, 3, 4% every year should be taken for granted. I don't mean that literally. I mean that it should be so embedded into successive generations that this is our reality, that just like our Jewish brothers and sisters, it's just taken as a norm. This is what's happened with the right to vote. Unfortunately, the Andrew Youngs of the world and others who gave their life, Dr. King literally, we're seeing the generation today that have to be reminded that every day you got to fight for your democracy.
Right.
And unfortunately, it took an interesting president to be elected to office, and problematic, I'm saying interesting in an interesting way, for us to realize that every vote counts. So now we are reminded that voting does matter, but we took it for granted.
Right.
I think that our work, if it succeeds, and I think it will succeed, will be taken for granted and we'll be out of business because it'll be viewed to be irrelevant. And I like that. The other thing that might happen is if we're successful, you might hear that I got assassinated, but it won't be because that's a morbid thing to say, and I don't mean it literally, or I'm just saying, I'm giving you a narrative here, that it won't be because racist white people took me out. It won't be because some corporations took me out or the government took me out. It'll be something pretty basic. And this is actually a compliment. I'll be walking through an alley, and a drug dealer, race is irrelevant, will say, you know, man, I really love your work. I've been telling my kids to go read your books and go to your classes, and all my family is all about hope and empowerment. But you messing up my business. Everybody got hope and shit. People going to school, going to college, starting businesses. I don't have any workers anymore. People are not depressed anymore. They're not buying my product anymore because the reason you do dope and you buy and you want to smoke and you want to drink is you want to not deal with the healing of your life. You want to just cope and deal with the surviving part of your life. You want to be checked out. And so nobody wants to be checked out anymore. I got a business problem, and you're it. You got to go. By the way, why did we kill Dr. King? Too much truth. Why did we kill Nelson Mandela was actually on the hit list by the ANC. That's a whole other, it wasn't the white Afrikaners, it was the ANC because they thought he was negotiating with the devil, which was ANC. Clearly he was brilliant in what he was doing, but they didn't understand it. But why did Malcolm X get killed? Too much truth. Clearly Gandhi, too much truth. Clearly the top of the mark example, for which none of us are even worthy of having our names mentioned in the context of, but it is still an indicative story. Why was Jesus Christ crucified? Too much truth. When truth meets the problem head on, and you cannot solve the velocity issue, you cannot slow it down long enough so that people can accept it and sort of integrate in it, then it becomes a point of conflict. And how do you resolve it? How does society resolve the conflict? Will determine what the outcome is. I'm hopeful that I can co-opt the drug dealers to become entrepreneurs. I'm hopeful that I can co-opt the gangsters, because all a gang is a frustrated union organizer. All a drug dealer is an illegal and ethical entrepreneur. He understands import, export, finance, marketing, wholesale, retail, customer service, security, territory, logistics. He's brilliant. He's just a bad business plan. But we've been so, Roland, we've been so poisoned, right? I mean, it was a black woman that stabbed Dr. King, almost killed him.
Yeah, in New York City.
At a book signing, right? We save our worst behavior.
He had mental illness, yeah.
We save our worst behavior for those we care the most about. We save our worst behavior for those we care the most about. You know, what is the problem on the south side of Chicago? It's not just bad police officers. It's black on black crime. How is it that we are killing each other, you know, in broad daylight? This is self-hate. It's anger. It's mental illness. It's a lack of healing.
And it's also the work you're doing, because you go into those neighborhoods, that credit score, lack of jobs, lack of education. Yeah. It is not pockets. It is large swaths of despair.
It is large swaths of despair. You have more check cashers and payday loan lenders in Mississippi and Alabama than McDonald's or Starbucks in the entire nation combined. So somebody tried to not take me out literally, but somebody tried to take me out reputationally 4 years ago, but they thought I was getting too much momentum. I still don't know who hired him, but I know the guy's name. He basically was a false ID from somebody in Arizona. They said he was an accountant, but he knew everything about my board, and he was emailing lies to my board. But he was trying to get me off the stage, trying to shut me up, because I clearly, whatever his client was, the check cashing industry or the payday loan industry or whoever it was,
saw you as a threat.
Saw me as a threat. So look, I'm not naive. I'm not Pollyanna about this, but I do believe that we're better together. I do believe that this work really is a unique work where if you do it right, everybody wins. I do believe that if we do this, we can solve the core problem in the black community. The one piece we've never tried is to use free enterprise and capitalism at scale. We've never tried to use that to solve problems or to achieve, as you said earlier, social justice. Ever. It's not like we tried it and it failed.
Right.
We've never tried it. And how is it that the three groups that have been left behind, Roland, Native American Indians, African Americans, and poor whites, are the only three groups that have left behind, and they're the only three groups that have never used the levers of free enterprise and capitalism, economics and ownership and opportunity to set themselves free. Isn't that ironic? Or maybe it's intentional. So if we can turn that around and create a business plan for all of us, and we all rise, maybe we actually will meet the promised land together.
That's it. Appreciate it, my brother.
Love you, man.
Love you. So Ray, man, what's going on?
Oh man, come on. Just came out of rehearsal straight here, man.
Rehearsal from doing what?
Dancing with the Stars.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is my 13th season. And these rehearsals are all day, 12 hours.
Wow.
You know, and then we got to go into mixing and all that. So yeah, this was a short day, 12 hours.
Really?
Yeah, this is a short day.
Now you've done, my goodness, been music director for, my Lord, ton of shows.
Yeah.
Ton of shows. So Dance with the Stars, what? Showtime with the Apollo.
American Idol.
American Idol.
Yeah.
What else?
I do the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Okay.
Which is, people ask me like, what is that? Well, what it is it's 3 hours of wall-to-wall music. The broadcast requires that it's 164 music cues, and I'm responsible for all the music. With the exception, of course, you have live marching bands.
Right.
But every balloon, every float, every time they go to commercial, come back from commercial, the theme music, you know, New York, all that. You have to record everything. It's months in advance, and as a matter of fact, this week is my commute week. So I go back to New York to record for the Macy's, and I come back here. So I got in this morning, went straight to rehearsal, came over here.
So when you say record, so when we're watching that Thanksgiving parade.
Yeah.
Other than the band, nothing's live.
That's correct. All the music is pre-recorded.
Okay.
Yeah. And all of the performances are pre-recorded. You know, the Broadway performances, which they do right in front of Macy's, and then all the performances on the float. Well, those happen live, but the music is recorded.
Mm-hmm. So when people hear musical director, I mean that sounds really intense.
It is. Well, I have to be that person that is Switzerland between the production and the artist. Being an artist myself, I know how artists think and feel, and working with production all these years, I know that TV people, especially, they have a different point of view of how they want things delivered, and they want me to deliver the message to them. And sometimes some of the things that they ask for, I'm like, I'm a little hesitant about bringing that back to somebody like an Alicia Keys or somebody like that. Some of the requests are, not savory. And so I have to find a way to make it savory. I have to find a way to make it work within the production. So that's my job.
And obviously, when you talk about, artists, if they record the music a certain way, they want to perform it a certain way, but it is a reality when you're talking television and you're trying to serve the purpose of the audience. And so, I'm sure that is a dance within itself.
Absolutely. Yeah, I remember all those years at the BET and doing the BET Honors, the BET Awards, and the BET Celebration of Gospel, and all those live music shows. Which I enjoyed those a lot. Mm-hmm. And those were kind of the last of a breed of live, music shows like that. They don't quite do them that way, with live band, kicking it with the, live house band, and we, rocking it, the whole show. A lot of shows now kind of what I call like the prefab, like a prefab house. You put your tracks on, jump in front of them, rock a little bit, and keep it moving. And then they have a lot of production and buying them. So it's just a different breed of how they want to do television and music for television. And it keeps evolving. So I have to keep evolving with that.
Mm-hmm. So when we talk about that, that idea of evolving, so what is your process? What are you, how are you studying? How are you looking at latest trends or whatever? And then are you bringing those ideas to say, hey guys, why don't we try this? Why don't we try this? So what does that entail?
Yeah. Well, first thing is I have to always keep my musical ear to the pavement. What's popping, and how to incorporate some of the current trends with things that they're looking to do in the future, along with respect to, some of the traditional stuff. A lot of the current stuff is based upon traditional music. When I say traditional music, I'm talking about if you're saying R&B or something. Well, you got to think about Luther, Gladys, and Patty, and everybody that preceded, the artists today. And how do we incorporate the great artistry of those with whatever's happening today? So it just depends on who's in front of me. If I'm talking, I have a different approach with our legends. I've worked just recently with Gladys on something, and when Gladys walks into the room, it's, Miss Knight, whatever you need, and she's only going to hand select a certain number of musical directors that she would work with anyway. Mm-hmm. So if you're on that list, and I'm honored to say that she's chosen me many times, then I have to deliver her. I have to realize that she's entrusted me with this great repertoire of music and her brand, and so I have to bring it every time I do that. Now, when I have, with respect to, the newest trends and what's happening, well, there's whatever the beat is popping, and you got to make that happen. You have to find a way to incorporate that into your new walk. And sometimes it's a walk, sometimes it's a strut, and whatever it is, I have to make it happen.
So you talked about being one of the select folks who are artists, but for you, do you sort of have your own list of, look, these are the folks I want for saxophone, for bass, for this, for that, because they're going to deliver, as opposed, and how do you break somebody in new? How do you test to see if they can be a part of the team?
Yeah, that's a good question. I get answer to the first one. We have over the years we've developed a great list of wonderful musicians across the country. Here in LA, there's all the top guys. A lot of us kind of share some of them, but then I have my own go-to guys and my own little crew. And then of that crew, if there's an occasion where I need to have a different sax player, then I usually have somebody. There's a long list of people that are high top professionals waiting to go. I get a lot of inquiries from people coming straight out of college.
Right.
And that's wonderful, and I like to give them opportunity to be seen. However, what happens is that we're in the business of delivering at a moment. So usually people straight out of college are not really eligible for the top line.
They just can't do it.
Right,
and you need people who also can flow, who can move, who can sort of, who can easily adapt. I mean, look, same thing happens if you talk about in our business, if you're talking about in media, same thing. And people think, oh no, I can do that. And then it's hard for a person to understand, no, actually you can't. And they go, well, no, I did this. I'm like, no, I don't think you understand.
Right.
There are levels.
Yeah.
You ain't at that level.
Right. Not yet. And I'm willing to also train and mentor people, just in terms of giving them an opportunity. And so we have a program that me and my wife, Vivian Scott Chu, it's called Power to Inspire, where we take ages 18 to 25 and those who have completed their studies, who are ready to enter into the business, and we mentor them. And we have a mentoring team, and we have a whole system of doing that. And some of those that come out of that, well, then we've actually know that they have the kind of training and aptitude to be able to take their first steps into the industry.
Yeah,
when somebody's stepping in cold.
What you've done is you put them through the paces.
Yeah, put them through the paces.
Or it's the weed out process. Because first of all, I heard what you just said when you said some of them.
Some of them.
Which mean everybody who going through it not gonna make it.
That's right. It's not for everybody. It's for the chosen few. And
See, that's the thing that it's hard for a lot of people to get. It's always amazing to me. I have folks like, man, you hard. And I'm going, and I always say, yeah. But the reality is, I was trained hard. I was put through those paces because when you're baptized properly, when you iron sharpens iron.
That's right.
And I said, there's some folks who buckle. There's some people who don't have the commitment. They don't have the grind. They don't actually want to do what's necessary to be great.
Yeah.
And that really, to me, I think is a huge thing. Are you willing to put in the work at work and not at work to be great.
That's right. That's right. It's the grind and the walk to get through the grind and to get through the gravel and everything else that you got to go through. And right, everybody is that's where people are tested, and we're tested. We're tested the moment we step in. We're tested during, and we're tested every day after. I'm tested every day.
I'm Faraji Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture. Weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
And you worked with Grace very early on, but I'm sure there were some moments where young Ray was like, yo, man, I got this, I'm doing this. And the artist was like, no, you don't.
Oh yeah, I've had a few of those moments. Well, you know what, when I first started in the industry, my first gig straight out of high school was with Melba Moore. And they brought me right on the road. I left high school.
Wow.
While continuing my studies. But I left high school.
How old were you?
I was 16.
Wow, 16.
So yeah, I went straight out on the road. I went to the High School of Music and Art, the LaGuardia Fame School in New York. And I was also studying at Manhattan School of Music at the same time in the prep division.
So family was cool with that?
My mother encouraged me. She said, I've been in music study all my life since age 5. There wasn't a day I wasn't in study.
Right.
So I was ready. See,
that the reason I say that, when I talked to Jeffrey Osborne, when the OJs came to town, something happened to the drummer and Jeffrey stepped in and Mom was like, no, you ain't going on the road with the OJs. That ain't happening. So he had to finish school,
yeah.
but 16.
Yeah, I was ready, and I started with Melba Moore. We were on the road, and I learned a lot. I was with some not old. I was with some guys who were older and really seasoned veterans who showed me what it was like to have to survive on the road, have to deal with all the paces, the schedule.
It's a job. I mean, it's business.
Yeah, and then get up there and make music and look good doing it and feel good and make your artists feel good. And so I learned a lot. And then coming out of that, I was selected to work with Nick Ashford and Valerie Simpson. And they brought me in, and they brought me into the recording industry in the New York scene during the disco days and all of that. And so it was bustling. And then I started recording albums and doing recording sessions and jingles every day, all day. I went from 0 to 100. And I was tested because you have to have your sight reading, all your skills have to be top. Mm-hmm. Sight reading, they put the music up and they give you they take a quick look and let's go. And we start recording, And if you're not up to it, they won't see you again. So I have to say I excelled at it. I loved the pressure. I loved the, pressure and stress makes a diamond, or can take somebody who's not ready for it.
Pressure bust pipes.
Yeah, exactly. Pressure bust, exactly. So I enjoyed that. And so what happened was that I became their music director on the road, and I was recording all their albums and doing all their sessions. So we started doing sessions and albums with Diana Ross, Gladys Knight, Patti LaBelle, Teddy Pendergrass, Shaka. And so these are all our top artists.
Right.
And then I'm also working with people like Paul Simon and James Taylor. And it was very exciting. And then my first television job was Saturday Night Live during the Eddie Murphy years. So during the years that he was there, I was there. So I know I'm dating myself a little bit because that goes back.
Yeah,
during
but
the day.
see, the thing is, I mean, as you were talking about, look when they put the music in front of you, the thing that I expect, music, look, it's practical, it's real, it's not theoretical. There's musical theory.
That's right.
But you gotta go play.
That's right, exactly.
And it's the same thing. It's the same thing in media. It's the same thing in, and it's not necessarily an industry or a career or a profession where it's really about your book knowledge and things along those lines. You know, it's really about it's a craft. It's a skill set.
Yeah.
And one of the things that, and I remember years ago, there was a editor of a newspaper who said, if I had a 4.0 student with no newspaper experience, no writing experience, and he said, but I had a 2.5 who had writing experience, 4.0 don't have a shot. Now, you got parents and professors and others who hate to hear that because they're all about, no, you must excel, you know, in your class, you must, in terms of making these A's. But it is not about the A in the class. The thing is, when you hit that stage, can you produce? For us, when you go out in that field, can you produce?
Right.
And so that A don't mean nothing when you walk out there and something break down, something else happen, and now you got to flip that thing on the fly. So can you perform right now?
That's right.
And that's the thing that I tell a lot of young folks is build your skill set.
That's right.
Build that.
That's right. And the skill set can be a combination of street skills, skills learned in the field, and also study. And it's all
you still got to study.
Right. I mean, the formal study.
Right, but studying, you have to apply the studying.
That's right.
It's like, because in my high school, they made us, we couldn't go into the studio. I went to communications high school. We couldn't go into the studio the first semester. We actually, like literally, she would not unlock the door. So we had to study all of the cables. What's a 3-pin XLR? What's this cable? What's that? What's an RF? Knowing all the ends and everything. I mean, every single cable. It was like understanding the glossary and the definitions. She said, because if someone shouts it out, you know what the hell they're talking about. Hey, get me a 1/8 inch to XLR, and you come back with an SDI and HDMI cable. They look at you like,
right, what are you doing?
And then it's gonna be like, give me somebody else, because this fool ain't got any idea.
That's right.
And that was a thing that was that you know, we were really trained. It's like, you know, you must know all parts of your business, so you don't get caught off guard when it's showtime.
Well, we're in an industry that suffers no fools. So, and I have to also say that you know, people of color have a standard that which we have to deliver. We do have to deliver at the highest standard. We don't have the cushions to fail and come back and, you know, and have many shots again. You know, if you don't do what you got to do, you may not be seen again. That's the end of you. So, and I have to really instill that in a lot of young people to say, hey, listen, you know, so be ready, because when I call you, you be ready.
And that's the other piece.
When I call you,
your shot may not come a second time.
You may not get another one, you know. And so, and the good news is that I'm seeing a lot of people who get it. And while the people who get it, the young people get it, there are some that don't, and I kind of keep an eye on them, and I'll say, maybe your shot comes somewhere else. However, there's a long line of bass players, there's a long line of drummers, and we're talking about seasoned vets. So before the rookie gets, you even get a shot, you know, on my shows I'm going through, I got my top 5. So, you know, the rookie is like number 10 or 11. Well, hang out. Now, what can happen is, and it has happened, is that one of my drummers may say, hey, listen, a good example is my drummer, Nissan Stewart, who does the show, and he's a world famous drummer. There was one thing he could make. He said, hey, Ray, I want you to give this guy is ready. I said, okay. Now, when you recommend him and refer him, then your
Right.
reputation is also on the line.
It's sort of like
You can't send me that.
that mafia deal.
Yeah.
Now you know you're responsible.
Exactly. You're definitely responsible.
So if anything happened,
That's right.
I'm coming back to you.
Oh, absolutely.
Or like the mafia cat, if he a cop, you dead.
right,
So
right.
you
Both of
vouching.
dead,
So if you
right.
vouching,
Right.
You understand?
That's right. Both of y'all dead. And they know that. They know that. So that's a great system to have because it's tried and tested, and they know that anybody that they send to me has got to be ready, and I know that.
Yeah.
And so that's good.
I've told some folk. I ain't recommending you. And they, why? I'm like, because I'm not putting my name on you. Because you got to pass my test before I make that phone call.
That's right. That's right.
And it's just to me. I think it's really interesting when you have those conversations, because folk, and you know it, folk. Ray, they want the name to be shouted. They want to be able to, that moment when the camera pans to you and they go, musically record you, that's what they want. But if someone says, I want to do what you do, my response always is, but do you want to do what I did
Right. That's right.
to do what I do?
Right.
Then they look like,
Yeah.
I'm like, do you want to go through? Do you want to have those long nights? Do you want to have those moments where you carried the gear, where you packed the gear? You hadn't shot jack. Do you want to go through that stuff? Do you want to sit here and go through all of those different moments? I said, because you can't get the glory if you don't want to go through the times when didn't nobody know your name.
I'm going to refer back to my days at the Apollo. Now, the Apollo Theater, that was an experience that tested many parts of your stamina, your spine, and everything. When we did that show, Showtime at the Apollo with Steve Harvey and Kiki Shepard, it came on weekly. However, what happened with that show is that we had to do 12 shows in one weekend, and which meant that we had to, and I'll kind of do some quick math. So the shows that we did, they were we'd have 8 to 10 amateurs, all right, and we'd also have 2 kids and 2 dancers, 2 acts, all right. So 14 acts, all right, 14 musical acts. Now that's one show,
right?
Multiply that times 3 shows a day. Now these shows they didn't have the budget to bring people in and house them from out of town, so we had to start. The only rehearsal we got was 5 in the morning. So we started at 5:30 in the morning. I got a room full of 50 people, mamas and aunts, and one by one they come up to me, Mr. Chu. I say, I have my system. What song are you singing? We're singing Luther Vandross's, Never Too Much. Okay, cool. Do you know which key you're doing? Nah, probably not. Okay, here's the key, bum, 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 bum. Now, the arrangement has to be 1 minute and 45 seconds or no longer than 2 minutes, right? Oh, okay. Well, here's my suggestion. Why don't we try it like this? Okay, does that work? All right, cool. If you like that, then I'll put a little recorder just for notes. All right, then have the band there. We talk about it, run it through, bang, on to the next. Now, also part of my instruction was I said, listen, when we do the song, I'm going to do exactly what we just rehearsed. Now, sometimes they forget the music and they'll start turning around, or if the crowd starts getting them antsy.
You like.
Right. And they'll be looking at the band. I was like, hey. So I told him, hey, listen, whatever you do, don't turn around and keep it moving. Now I did, so if you do the math, it's about 96 pieces of music over the weekend that we only get a chance to run it down early in the morning and start taping at 3 in the afternoon. And so that I would lose 10 pounds every weekend doing that show.
Wow.
Because, you have no time to really, we didn't have, no formal meals. You got all these, now, in a wonderful system I'm at, they have union breaks and blah, 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 and all this other stuff.
No.
Man, we had to wolf down
get in where you fit
half
in.
a burger
Yeah.
and get to those 3 shows and then wake up and do the same thing for 3 days in a row. And so when people see the show, it's on once a week, but man, the grind that we had to do with that show. And also the standard was you have this live audience that if they thought the band wasn't doing it, they would be booing the band too. They'd be booing anybody. So I had to get that. I was like, you know what? We got to be on this.
We're going to be on point.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
You know, there'll be folks who, oh man, you know, I would love to work with you. I mean, you know, you guys are going around, you're shooting stuff, and I'm going, okay, do you understand what that means? Like, when we hit. When we hit the ground, we're going. I mean, typically, sort of like when we come out here for interviews. I still have my daily show that's 2 hours a day, all right? But I actually prefer, the goal is to do 5 interviews in a day.
Okay.
So you talk about 5 1-hour interviews plus a 2-hour show, and then you talk about sit up, you know, little break in between. So, you know, I really set a schedule to, hey, here's a 13-hour window for us to be able to get all this sort of stuff done.
Yeah.
And I'll be working with folks, and they'll be sitting here, they'll be asking my crew, yo, does this dude eat? Does this dude stop to drink? Does this happen? And then like, man, look, this is how it is. Yeah. And I tell them, look, this is the reality. Because what you also describe is really the business of the business, because when you don't have the resources to say, oh, we can shoot 2 shows a week. No, the reality is you shooting over those 3 days, you look at that compressed schedule, it's a budget thing.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing that I try to walk people through. You better understand the business of your business to realize how that schedule is and how it goes. And if you can't keep up, again, you're gonna get, it's like in sports. You will get benched, and trust me, there is a cat who's ready to get in the game.
Waiting to go. That's right.
Ready to go. And they're like, hey, what, 12 hours a day? All right, cool. Bet, coach, put me in.
That's right. And I was that hungry guy too, and I still am. And I love that I stay hungry. You know, I stay committed to what I'm doing. First of all, I love doing what I'm doing. So this has been a God blessing from the only journey I know. Yep. Right? And so with that, I respect the craft and I respect the art, and I always put it in. I motivate my team, and also, excuse me, I motivate my team with a hug and a foot. So, sometimes it's one followed by the other.
I had somebody, I had a friend shit, but she said, how often he cuss y'all out? They like, because and the thing is, because I never forget when I worked at the Houston Defender, and Sonny Masai Giles was the publisher, and I remember. So this is 1990, and so I'm in the production room and I'm typing my story right onto the page with the pagination system, and all of a sudden, I hear, what the fuck is this? This the same bullshit you gave me this morning, and I threw that shit back this morning. I'll fire every single one of you son of a bitches for this bullshit. Now take this shit back and give me a proposal that I can actually use. Bruh, this is me.
Right.
Whoa. Like, I don't even want to turn around. I was like, what the hell just happened? And so it was the sales folks. They had a meeting this morning. So they basically just like changed a couple of things and brought the same thing back. Man, she cussed them out. And that summer, Marilyn Marshall, who was the managing editor, man, Marilyn used to work at Ebony. Man, she cussed out Marilyn. Okay. Peter Uday, he was a senior writer. She cussed out Peter. Lucille did production. She cussed out Lucille. My deal was, I am not going to get cussed out this summer. I was like, my shit gonna be tight. I ain't getting cussed out. That is not going to happen. Did not get cussed out. And I told somebody, because then now you got this whole deal, oh my God, I feel like I'm being bullied. This is, I'm my mental health, and this is toxic workplace. And okay, fine, folks can do all that. But the reality is, seeing her cuss somebody out caused me to say, that ain't gonna happen. Right. I'm gonna double check I'm gonna go over my stuff. It's gonna be a spell check. We're gonna go over it. I'm gonna sit here. I am not going to put myself in a situation where she gonna cuss me out. That was it. And I was like, the same thing. I'm gonna work on that ain't happening.
That's right. That ain't gonna happen to me, right?
That ain't gonna happen.
Hey, we're in the home run business. Or whatever, the sports metaphor, every time I get up, it's got to be a home run. Every one of them's got to go over the fence. Every swing of the bat has got to go over the fence. There's nothing in between. I can't deliver anything less to the artist. Who's going to take less than that? Nobody.
Right.
So I'm like, hey, say, team, be ready. Take a deep breath, let's go.
Did you ever have to jam somebody up who was trying to soft shoe you? What I mean by that is, I had I worked at the Bryant College Station Eagle in college, and there was a guy, Brad Owen. He was a city editor, and so he called me into the conference room, and he was sort of like, just. I said, say, bro, look, whatever you got to say it. Don't walk on eggshells with me. I said, I need you to understand, I'm trying to be the best at what I do. I ain't got time for you playing around. I said, let me be also clear. I said, a lot of times y'all white folks don't want to be tough on talented black folks because y'all go through this whole, it's gonna hurt their self-esteem. I'm good. What the hell are you trying to tell me?
Okay.
He was like
Bryant.
Oh, okay. So I was like, all right, come on, let's go. Because, and again, I was just sitting there like, bruh, because my whole deal, I know what I'm trying to do. So I don't need you to sit here, and sort of dance and waffle. And so that's what I did. Because I'm like, I am trying to learn this. Don't sit here and play. Dude, man, he was just like, what the hell? Like, who the hell is, like, this is an alien or something? But again, when you're trying, when you're that focused, you're not playing games.
That's right.
You ever had to do something like that where you're like, look, teach me.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's a business where you're tested a lot. I've had people, when I was first moving into network, I've heard the question, well, does he have the temperament for, okay, but I'll say, okay, you don't even know half of what I've been through to get here, but okay.
Right.
I'll say,
right. You think
I'm very ready for this.
You think this heavy lifting.
Right, exactly. My first season in American Idol, I was like, they gave me the schedule. I was like, oh, this is wonderful. We got time to rehearse and do all this stuff. Please, because they would, oh yeah, you did that show at the Apollo. Yeah, I did. And then we liked it, but are you ready for this? So I was like, yeah, I'm ready for this.
Because see, that's that whole deal.
Yeah.
This is the big leagues.
Right.
That was a little syndicated show. This is broadcast network.
Yeah.
Ray, you should
I got that at first, yeah. And then after, not only that, then I excelled through the system and did some more stuff and some specials, the Grammy Awards, this and that stuff. And then I had an agent who questioned whether he could get me into, the big time, And I was like, come on, man, give me some meetings. He was like, well, they're not gonna really accept you. I was like, come on, man, And so I had to prove to him and to prove to, a few other people. And also, you know what? Along the way, I knew I was ready. And along the way, I was like, hey, listen, this is part of, again, the grind. I'm ready for this. I'm fine with, I'll put my best work out there. You go ahead and judge it. That's fine.
And see, I love that you just said that. Because were there also times when you knew, at any stage, whether you're talking about when you started, was there any point where you knew when you were not ready and you said it no. I got to work on this before I go there.
Yeah. There was I remember when I was about 19 years old, and this was when I was still, I was still first introduced to the whole New York session scene. Now, the session scene, like I described, was that they had a central booking service called Radio Registry, and they would call, some of the top musicians and those who were recommended, right? So you had to be elite to even get into the system. Like I was brought in by Nick and Val, who were respected in the New York scene. Valerie was once the top jingle singer, so amongst all her other things, being great writer. So anyway, a recommendation from her got me into this.
Yeah.
Now I started doing, like I said, I went from 0 to 100. I would do a jingle at 9 o'clock, another one at 11, another one at 1, and then do two double dates at night. And this would be every day. So I got a little cocky, and then one day I showed up, and I was probably just not as sharp as I needed to be, and they put some music up in front of me, and I was like, oh man, and I had to go that was a lesson learned. I was like, man, and I felt it. Everybody in the session was looking at me like, oh, come on, because it was what they call musical ants on the so the whole page looked like, just like musical gibberish. And at that moment, I was tested, and I was like, okay. After that, I went back home. I said, first of all, I'm never going to show up to a session not prepared and ready and sharp, because that same session, what usually what I should do, and what I tell everybody, if it's supposed to start at 9 o'clock, get there at 8:30. Get there, warm up, get yourself ready. Now, I've been hanging out with some guys who were real cocky, and I got real cocky, so I just show up at 9 o'clock, right? And that day I showed up at 9 o'clock, and it was some stuff I was like, oh, I need another minute with this. Oh man. and the producer called me out every note. She was very sharp, and it was a room full of musicians.
She did one of those.
Oh no, she called me out in front of everybody. She's like, Ray, you're missing a note on the left hand, and because she was also a concert pianist and all this. She's Ray, you missed a note over here. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I did. She's right, And so while I'm trying to correct myself and get myself ready, I'm like, oh, this ain't going too good. But I got through the session. After that, I slapped the shit out of myself and went home. I was like, oh, never again. I was like, I'm going to be sharp and ready. I'll never happen again.
See, what I love about that story is Ray, is what I tell a lot of people, whether they're young or experienced. Know exactly who you are and where you stand when it comes to what your skill is. I remember I had signed with CNN. This was 2007. And we had shot 3 or 4 pilots. And I remember it was September 2009. I get called, a meeting in Atlanta, and I'm meeting with Jim Walton, the worldwide CEO. And we go into the meeting, and Jim says, we really think you're a better counterpuncher than puncher. He said, let me use a boxing analogy. And I go, I know. I said, yes, I know. My deal was, I knew I wasn't ready to host a show. I said, so this is what I want you to do. I need you and your people to write down all of the things that I need to work on to put me in a position to be a host. Because I came from newspaper. I was running the Chicago Defender. I was a news director morning at a radio station, worked at the daily newspaper. Had not done television, had appeared on television shows, had appeared on segments for 4.5 years, different networks, but had not hosted. I said, so I want y'all to get together and list what I need to work on, and then I want you then to get me with one of your consultants so we can work on those things, so then I'll be ready. And after the meeting, he called my agent and he goes, that didn't go like I thought it was going to go.
Okay.
So I guess he thought I was going to be crestfallen and upset. Right. And my whole deal was like, I knew I wasn't ready. I'm like, so you ain't telling me nothing I don't know. And I've told a lot of folks, if you know you're not ready for the shot, and even if somebody gives you the shot, and some people thought I was crazy with this, I would rather turn it down knowing I cannot do it, than to accept something I know I'm not ready for. Because if I accept it and fail, it actually might set me back further.
That's right.
It's really, it's being completely in tune with everything about you to know when you're ready. Fast forward, after the 2008 election, 2009, I knew I was ready to host a weekend show. And when I met with John Klein, May of 2009, and he said, no, we're not gonna launch a weekend show. I walked out of his office, wasn't even out of 100 feet. I called Jonathan Rogers, who was the CEO of TV1, because I was at TV1 as well. I said, they're not gonna give me a weekend show. Jonathan says, they're not gonna give you a weekend show. We're gonna give you he said, we're gonna launch a weekend show. We announced it 2 months later at Essence Festival, and then July 2009, and we launched it in September. But I knew I was ready. Fast forward, did Washington Watch for 4 years. I knew in 2012, I was ready to host a daily show.
Okay.
But it's knowing you.
That's right.
And the level you're ready to jump to.
Right. That's right. To thine own self be true. The biggest lie you can tell is not to other people, it's the one you tell yourself. And if you think you can fail at something, well, I understand that you want to give yourself an opportunity, but make sure you're ready to not fail. I love the wonderful phrase when they say, you practice, rehearse till you can't get it wrong. All right? You just keep doing this over and over till you can't get it wrong.
Barry Switzer had one. Barry Switzer said, if we run, it wasn't the wishbone. They ran the option. Nebraska went the wishbone. He said, if we run the option the way we're supposed to run the option, there is no defense you have to stop it. He said it does not matter. Then I remember seeing this video of Vince Lombardi. It was the power sweep. He would do these coaching sessions, and he would teach the power sweep from 8 to noon. They would break for lunch and would come back and teach the power sweep from 1 to 5. Every single element of the power sweep for all 11 players on offense. And the whole deal was, if we run this play how we are supposed to run it, it is unstoppable. But you got to, it's all that work, that practice, that over and over and over. Nah, you know what? I'm gonna pass up going out tonight. I got to work on this craft. Nah, I'm gonna skip that. I got to work on this. And that's the piece when I tell folk, if you want to do that, if you want to put that time in,
that's right.
Then you ready for the accolades.
That's right. My early days on the road, I've learned, well, first of all, as a musician, I studied not only piano, but I was also drummer and percussion. I was all city percussion as well. So I was one of the best in the city on percussion.
There you go.
Also studied trumpet, cello, violin, and bass, and any other instrument I could get my hand on. And with that study, I'd learned again what was for me. As a matter of fact, when I was studying violin, I had a teacher said, "This is not for you." She said, "This is not for you," and I was like, I agree. We both said, "This, put that instrument down and focus on some other stuff." In doing so, I learned what it meant to do what the instruments in the orchestra meant to each other in the relationships.
Right.
So that prepared me to be a leader. That prepared me to lead orchestras and to conduct orchestras. That prepared me to know, to be a leader of men, they have to respect you and know that you know the music. You have to be the teacher of the music. You have to know the music better than anybody.
There you go.
Right, so you can't walk in unprepared.
So when
I
you
never
say,
walk in unprepared.
no, that's not the note.
Exactly.
Well, yes, it is. No, actually,
No, I'm not guessing. Yeah.
No, that ain't the note.
Right. I'm not going to turn. I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm not going to say something that I don't already have the answer to.
There you go.
So when I address somebody, I already know what the deal is, and also I'm the one formulating a plan for how we're going to get to point B.
See, the reason I'm sitting here laughing, because that's literally, in terms of what we do, same thing. In terms of media.
Yeah.
In terms of in understanding, okay, position, that light, that camera, what that's doing with this. You know what? I want this shot to be held longer. I want this here. I want to see this different look, because you put that effort in. Because, see, for you said it earlier. Band ain't performing the power. They booing the band. What I tell folk in this business, they don't see anybody behind the scene.
That's right.
It doesn't mean the position is not important, but when it comes time to, man, that ain't look good. They ain't calling nobody else's name but mine.
Right. That's
and
right.
so it's and again, it's the time. I spend lots of time when I'm watching other things. I'm sitting there, I'm like, I wonder what camera they used there. I wonder what was that. Okay, was that a drone? How did they push in? How did they push out? How did they put it? And there have been times when we've been shooting some stuff, and I'm asking for something, and I'll then just grab the camera and go shoot it myself. Mm-hmm. Because, and again, and it's not personal, but it's like, look, I can't ask 3 more times. Mm-hmm. Like, and then if we miss it, then I got a problem with it.
Right.
We were at a golf tournament, Anthony Anderson golf tournament. We were supposed to go live at 5 o'clock Pacific. And dude, I come off the course and it's 4:30. And we had played this hole, and I got to the hole, I said, man, that's a hell of a drone shot. I said, so if that thing come in here, then come around there, then come up here. And so when we got to the course at 4:30, I raced over, I was like, yo, give me a drone. I wasn't even gonna bother saying, hey, I need one of y'all go get that shot. Right. Because I knew exactly the shot that I wanted. Yeah. And I said, give me the drone. Mm-hmm. Raced over, set it up, knew exactly, and when I had to get back and be live. Mm-hmm. So I was like, I got 20 minutes to get everything I want. But and a lot of people can't handle that because, man, why don't you just stay in your place? Why don't you? And then it's kind of like, no, this is my place. This is my place. Somebody told me once, man, why don't you stay in your lane? I said, no. You're in a lane. This is my freeway. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's what your deal is. You like, I don't have a lane. Yeah. All these are my lanes. I'm responsible for the whole thing. Yeah. There's not a job that I ask you to do that I can't find a way to do myself. So and that includes every job on there. And when I was on the road, I studied every job. I would go back and listen to see how the light people are doing that. So everybody's out partying. I'm going back there. I learned all about all the production. Now that all came into play when I started doing network television. By the way, we'd be on the set of American Idol, and I see something that don't look right. And I said, just went over there and changed it, something on the set, something with the sound. By the time through my first season, the producer, the director said, hey, Ray, listen, what about that thing over there? I'm like, well, I'm actually not the lighting director, but I'll go and do something about that. And the mixers, I'm sitting on stage, the guy say, hey, Ray, it doesn't sound right in the house. Well, I'm not in the house. But you know what? I'll call out there and I'll let them know what's going on. And now so I started mixing the shows and doing all kinds of stuff, and it became, well, you know what? Hey, listen, this is what I bought into, and I'm not going to do less because when I see something that needs to, I'm the kind of guy that if the shit is something's on the floor, I'm going to pick it up and get it right. Right. And I'm not going to wait. Hey, can you get somebody to come? No, let's get it right. The whole point is to get it right. Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches! I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland. Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Leaders don't require titles. Leaders just simply lead.
Right.
So your whole deal was, yes, that's not my title, but I'm gonna show you how we can actually do this.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
And then in the end, look at you like, well, that ain't what you do.
Right.
Does it look better?
Right, exactly.
And that's the thing, man, that again, but that only happens when you put in that time, when you're watching and you're studying and you're doing that. And I'm telling you, it's so funny, like listening to you, because, so tell me if you agree with this. I think actually you said it a little bit earlier. And that is, I'm not competing against, you're not competing against any other musical director. You're not competing against anybody else. You're actually not looking for the validation of, Ray, that was phenomenal. You're operating at a level where you have to tell yourself that was good.
I'm also operating at the level where I have to deliver it phenomenal. So whether you say it or not, it's got to be phenomenal.
Right, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is for you, your standard, your standard is probably, tell me if I'm crazy or not, your standard is probably one that is close to unattainable because you're always trying for it to be even higher.
Exactly.
And that's hard for a lot of people because they're thinking, oh, no, but you're competing against, and no, actually, I'm not.
My standard is actually higher than the ones that they're asking for. I go above and beyond that.
Right.
I'll give you an example. We were doing this week on Dance with the Stars. We did Janet Jackson week. Now, Janet Jackson week, this is all the Janet Jackson stuff. And, there were several producers of the show. It's like, oh, man, you got to get this right. I said, I'll get it right. And then we had to do 14 Janet Jackson songs. Now, the schedule is we get the songs Monday night. So that we get a list of 14 songs, so we got to be ready. I have a rehearsal on Wednesday and Friday, and they have to be ready, all 14 songs. Now, with Janet Jackson songs, they had to sound exactly like that. Now, the standard was, I said, well, I'm good friends with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. I know they're going to be listening. Now,
right.
Now, I called Jam, and he said, Ray, I know you got this. I know you guys said, listen, I'm going with much honor, I'm going to make sure every strand of this tracks is sounding right, and this going to sound. And he called me afterwards and said, yeah, it was popping. I said, thank you, Now that was a wonderful,
right.
And that triumph is short-lived because I'm on to the next week. That's already last week.
Right,
I'm right here. I stay in the here and now. I love it, man. I love, and one of the things I do is that my personal responsibility and accountability, I put that front and center, right? Because when I see a task and I have to find a way to get there, and I employ, my team and their tools of what it is. At the end of the day, I like the art of war. If there's fault in the field, then if something's wrong, it's the fault of the general. I'm the general. If you're going to stand up and be the general, then take it, And so I keep that in mind. So that's why I have a no-fail clause in my operation.
Right.
And that's my own contract. That's my personal contract from me to me. All right? And so there's no way I'm going to leave. I will stay, if it's 12 hours, I'll stay another 2 or 3 hours. We're going to get this right.
Right.
And before I hand something in, it's going to be as right as it can be,
I love music, and you are surrounded by music. But what is your, and luckily I can ask this because I did some interviews with a bunch of gospel artists. We were in a church, so I couldn't actually do it. We did it, but we couldn't say. I believe, I love all shit songs. I'm talking about when they come on. You just, oh shit. That's it. I don't care what mood you in. Yeah. It make your face just, you throw your hands up, you start stomping. What are some of your all shit songs?
Oh,
when
man,
when they come on, you just, woo!
I got a bunch of them. Wow. Some Al Green and some of that stuff that touch you like that. Each one of the artists has a song like that. But there was one by Quincy with Patty Austin. It's called "Love Me by Name." And every time I hear that, I called Patty up. I said, "Come on, you just did it to me again." It goes, "Love me by name," and the way she says that and the arrangement is cold, man. I'm like, man, that's just greatness. And I appreciate greatness. And there's by Chopin, Polonaise A flat by Chopin, bum ba dum ba ba bum ba dum ba bum, and that's just as cold to me. My reaction is the same. Mm-hmm. It is personal, and when I hear that in the execution of that, right. I'm like, ooh, that is so great, so great. I love it, And so I just love excellence displayed in music because it really does something to the human spirit.
See, the reason why, first of all, we talk about soul music, and the reason I'm always saying how that is so different is because it hits your soul. Mm-hmm. It does. There are some songs, I say it all the time, there's some songs that are nice songs. Mm-hmm. Ain't an all shit song. The reality is, when you play that switch, there'll never be. It just hits different.
Ain't no way. When she does, when
Lenny Williams hit different.
Oh, when she sings that song, come on.
Right. I mean, I'm talking about when you. I mean, you definitely mentioned Al Green. To me, if you listen to the OJs, if you listen to Teddy P, if you listen to Absolutely Patty, would you listen? I mean, they're just some songs that they just hit a certain. Again, I don't care what mood you're in, you gonna stop. Man, you just gonna throw your hands in the air. So like that scene. Remember the scene from the 5 Heartbeats? Yeah. When they were at the talent show, then they were booing them, and then Eddie came out and he grabbed the microphone and he hit that note, and his mama stood up and threw her hands up. Yeah. That's the thing, man. And so I tell people all the time. I said, when you can make that type of song that hits folk in a way, I said that's what becomes a classic. Yeah. That is what, I don't care what generation you're in, it's just gonna hit.
That's right. And you're right. Aretha Franklin and people like that. Like when she sings that song, "Ain't No Way," that's like, ain't no way, ain't no way. It just, come on, it just touches you.
I love doing. I did a thing one night where I was comparing different songs. So and I love, because look, I played cornet in elementary school and bass baritone horn in junior high school, and so I love listening to the song, not just the lyrics but also the beat, instruments, and I was playing "Fool for You." And I played the CeeLo Green version and the Alice Smith version. Okay. And I was on Instagram Live one night, and I was playing it, and I said, all right, I want y'all to understand. I said, I want y'all to listen. I'm always driving, playing music. I said, I want y'all to listen, and which you already know, because your wife hops on my live when I'm jamming, playing music all the time. And so I was playing it, and it was a trip because on the CeeLo version, the downbeat, the drum. It was like a soft. On the Alice version, it was, It was like, and male voice, female voice. So I was playing it, and I said, y'all, listen to how the drummer I said, completely changes the song and the emphasis. And for me, the Alice one just hits totally different because of not just her voice, but how the drummer, how he hits it a certain way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, man, there's a lot of songs that touch me, and when so I keep my playlist, and sometimes, and I don't have a lot of idle time to listen to stuff because I'm usually listening very purposeful.
Yeah,
preparing for
you
something.
Working.
Yeah, I'm working. But every now I got my playlist and I'll put it on and I'll grab something and I'll listen to the car. I'm like, oh man, I listen. This is Miles Davis. So Miles Davis, album called 4 More, with young Tony Williams. He was 17, 18 years old. Ron Carter, Miles, and Herbie Hancock and George Coleman, and the way these guys were hitting, it was live at Lincoln Center. Oh, it is fire. It is fire. If you don't know that album, please go out and listen to it. It's fire from the beginning. They are hitting, and it's like this. When I want to get some fire, I put that thing on in the car. I'm like, okay, let's go. This ain't mellow jazz. They are kicking it.
Right.
And please listen to that. 4 More live at Lincoln Center anyway.
See, it's interesting because like before we started the interview, I was jamming Rebirth Brass Band.
Oh, I love that.
And
that was popping.
Dude, they gonna hit that thing, and man, I put the song on and it goes. And it's interesting because you mentioned Chopin. So the Crusaders, B.B. King, and oh my God, what is her name? It's killing me. She sings Streetlights. Streetlights.
Oh yeah.
Why is her name escaping me?
Bobby?
Yes.
Yeah.
My dad loved it. So they were all performing. But the opening song is a classical song because they were performing with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. It is this unbelievable, beautiful song. And so my dad had the album, and I remember it was like Royal Jam, this really this great album cover. So out of all, again, the Crusaders, cats from Houston, I'm from Houston, Joe Sample, all these guys, B.B. King. But the one song that blows me away every time is that opening overture of the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. And just how it's the sweeping sounds. And again, because I played in band, we played songs like that.
Yeah.
And again, so that's one of those things where, so I'm telling the folks, so it's not always, is it an R&B? Is it a soul? Is it a Motown? Is it a Philly sound? Is it the stack sound? Is it Dirty South? Is it what? No, that's the beauty of music. So that classical song, I would put in the same category of just being completely moving as a great Aretha song.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. It's music. So I have no categories when I'm listening and enjoying music.
I got one I do not have on my. I have no polka music on my iPhone. I got everybody else. That don't make the cut.
Well, you know what? Now I'll tell you what. It made a difference when I traveled, and I did a tour with a group called Gravity, and it was 7 tubas. And we did a jazz, and we were playing jazz. But however, we went through all the countryside, places you never even heard of, through Germany, Italy, and France. And we would play these little towns where the towns of only 50, 70 people, and people would, we'd stay in people's homes. And then we got to Poland, and we started, and there was this polka band. And they was in there, and I felt the same way about the line dancing, because they was in there. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, this is what the feel is. Because if you just hearing it over the radio,
right,
it sounded like bunka bunka. But when I was in the room with them, I was like, okay. It had me getting up and doing the dance. I was like, hey, all right, now I get it. When
you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, We're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Because you traveled, do you think that for a lot of Americans, not really understanding the musical influences worldwide, and do you want folks here not to be stuck with that one musical genre, but to understand that there's literally a world of sound?
Yeah, I think that the more that people get to experience music of the world, because the world has experienced our music, and our music has now influenced everything. There's every kind of hip hop represented in every country of the world.
Kurt Carr told me there's a dude they call in Japan Lil Kurt Carr. Okay. Does not speak English but knows the words to every Kurt Carr song.
Yeah. That's right. They're killing the guys. When I say killing in a good way, in Korea, they are wrecking it. You go, you know what I mean? We have there's a Korean gospel group that you would swear was like straight out of, anywhere, Compton or whatever. I was like, they got it all down. And the bands, the Korean, so they studied it, and the good news is that they appreciate it from the heart, all right? Got it. And they didn't just try to cut and paste and do a replication of it. When you hear it, they're like, oh no, these boys is putting it down, all right? And so I enjoy that, and I enjoy that our music, that we've been ambassadors to the entire world and been able to gift this to them. And there are wonderful gems that come from other countries, the Middle East. The beat that we've now enjoyed, and I'll kind of give you that boom, boom, bap, boom, boom, bap. That beat has been around for generations and centuries. That's not a new beat. Right. But it's the world beat now. Right. That's in everything. It's been through the Caribbean, it's come out, it's in hip hop, boom, boom, bap, boom, boom, right? And there's some kind of representation. That beat goes back to the Middle East and the Mediterranean and that whole experience there, because that when you hear the music and the drums, I was like, wait, they was doing that, centuries ago. Yeah, that same beat, and that's wonderful to know. It's wonderful to know that also the music of Africa and the origin of the drum has permeated, the entire world.
Are you surprised how Afro beats all of us has just really blown up? Because in the past 4 or 5 years, even when I've gone to parties and clubs, it's not just one song being played. It's, before, someone might play it in a room, be like, man, what the DJ playing? Now it plays, then a room just erupts to another level.
Oh yeah, they take off with that. All of a sudden, because now they've come to know that beat. Oh, okay. So sometimes it's how you introduce it to people. Sometimes you want to introduce a new food. Well, a new flavor, a new seasoning. Well, maybe you got to find a way to, who's ever serving it or what restaurant you're going in. It just depends. So we're the servers here. I'm gonna serve you a new dish. we're gonna serve you some Afrobeat, but you may not be able to take it the way we originally planned.
Right.
So let's find another way to present that dish. You know?
You're so busy arranging to other people's music. When do you create your own?
Well, that is I create every time I do something. So every time, like for instance, I was just given a task this evening, and they said, we want you to come up with this wonderful opening, and we need about 25 seconds worth of, voluptuous music for this scene we're doing, And I was like, okay. So, and then that's where I can employ my creativity and, come up with, I'm glad I've been empowered to do so, and I've been entrusted to do so. And so that, my creativity comes into play like that. I've had several albums under my own name, and I listened to them. I'm like, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. So, there's some things I'd like to do differently, but and they weren't bestsellers by no means, but that's not the measure of success for me, or the only measure of success.
But what it also says is that the reality is when we talk about the music industry, there is no one thing to do. Just like in ministry, you can be successful in ministry and never step foot behind the pulpit.
Right. That's right.
Because it's so broad and vast.
And so my job, and I recognize, where my walk is just like you were saying, hey, you got to kind of know who you are.
That's right.
So, who I am is if you do something if you're robbing a bank for 20 years, then you're a bank robber. I don't care what you, right. I didn't mean to do that, and I was trying to fit, but you're a bank robber, So I've been doing music directing for TV for over 30 years, all right?
That's what you do.
That's what I do. Now, I do that, and I do other things, and I do music for film, I do music for this, and then of course, live, I've been doing that all my life, and I'll get up there and rock the show, and I have my own little thing, they call me in, and we did the music of Stevie Wonder at the San Diego Symphony, and we sold the place out. And I was like, hey, I'm looking at 10,000 people. Y'all came to see me? Hey, let's do this.
We
got there and rocked that. Yeah.
2 questions. What have you always wanted to do that you've yet to do?
I want to score Star Wars. That's what I haven't done, and I've yet to do that. And I'm still, and I'm not just waiting around. I'm working on the craft. See now, one of my wonderful desires is because I studied Quincy so much, and he did 40-something films, and that was I was like, ooh, I just want to really get in and dig my teeth into wonderful film like that, and it could be heavy drama, whatever it is. So the opportunities that I've been seeking. It's not like I'm waiting around to do it. So I just take a piece of film and score to it. Also work with some young film directors and hey, you want some music? I'm gonna go ahead and score to this, and then this is all in preparation for Star Wars.
Okay.
Because it's coming.
Okay. Last question, and it's not meant for it to be a competition, but it sort of is. If you mentioned the 10,000. So let's say opportunity presents itself for a musical director, for the lack of a better phrase, versus the opportunity to be in front of an audience. And I'm gonna do me, I'm gonna do you, completely in the moment, completely we're going at it one-on-one. Who would you love to have across that stage? And it's Ray Chu versus so-and-so.
Well, they've already kind of lined us up like that. And even though we're good friends, Ricky Minor, people, hey, Ray, Ricky Minor, okay. So our careers have we're close in age, and we've paralleled each other just in terms of, some of the things that we've done. He's done American Idol. He did it first. I did it afterwards. He's done this show. He's done that show. He's done the Grammys. I done the Grammys. So it's been a lot of that. So I would say that that would be a good look you know, and he would be somebody contemporary for me to say, hey, you know, we can kind of take a look at each other.
And see, the way I see it is, again, because it'd be spontaneous, you drop something, all right, bam, boom, boom, boom. And again, one of those things where it's not planned, it's not, so it's like, what you come up with, coming back and forth.
Yeah, well, now the good news is that we have both have our own different approaches and flavorings. So I can respect anything that he does, and I'm ready to, you know, I'm ready. Are you done? Okay, let's.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm ready. I'm gonna bring mine.
See, when I asked Wayne Brady that question, Wayne said, "I would love to go up against Jamie Foxx." And see, and when I ever ask that question, people are like, "Oh no, I don't want to compete." I'm like, no, it's not competing.
No, it's not. Yeah.
What it is yes, I respect your game, and if I'm sitting, if someone's saying, put somebody across from me where we can swing. And that's the whole deal. And so it's not competition, but you respect that person's game so much to say, yeah, I would love to get it on.
Absolutely. Not only that, during the course of these careers, I watched the stuff we done. I'm like, okay, that was nice.
Right.
That was nice. Okay, let me go tune my shit up.
Right.
You know?
Right.
You know, and then I'm sure, I know he's watched some of my stuff and whatever his opinion is, but I'm like, hey, my A game, I'll match it against anybody else's, so I'm good.
So I gotta say this for everybody who's watching, do understand. I actually met Ray's wife first, and every time I would see her, she, oh my God, Roland Martin. That's how we met. So I got to give your wife a shout out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Every time.
Yeah, Vivian is unto herself. You know, she's her own brand, and she takes no prisoners in our home. You know, she's ready to go, and we get at it. You know, in a good way.
Yes, sir.
I love the home we have and the atmosphere because there's always a new something brewing. I'm like, what you got going over? I go in her, she got her office over there, I got my studio over there, and I kick it in. She's in there with 2 phones and typing with 2 feet. And I'm like, what's happening there? Yeah, I got this new project, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, So we have a lot of excitement in our home, man.
All right, man. Well, look, good chopping it up with you.
Absolutely.
I'm glad we could do it, man. Thanks a bunch. Enjoyed it.
Thank you, man. That was cool.
Yes, sir. All right. He's going to get a photo. Man, Flex, what's going on?
What's up, man?
See, I knew what you were gonna wear. See, I was not worried about us clashing, because I knew you were gonna come in here wearing all Nike. Do you have a Nike endorsement deal?
No, listen. It's not all Nike, okay? This is Nike.
Hold up. I'm sorry. Hat's Nike.
Right.
Okay, what's
This is not Nike. This right here is Legends. Matt Barnes is actually a part owner of this company.
Okay, I'm absolutely shocked you don't have Nike clothes on.
Yeah, I had some.
Because on the golf course,
yeah.
like the entire, you got Nike draws on.
You gotta have all of it.
Socks.
That's right.
All of that.
Yep, I got everything. I mean, listen, man. We golf heads, man, and when they giving out stuff, I'm taking it. I'm taking it for sure.
Well, see, that's the thing cause you're absolutely right. Because man, I'll go through. I remember we came to Anthony Anderson golf tournament.
Yeah.
And I had this Adidas bag, and Bill Hammond goes, of course, who put both tournaments on.
Right.
Bill goes,
yeah.
Bill goes, he says, "What you doing with that Adidas bag?" I said, "This from said tournament. Y'all the one gave it to a brother." He's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're right."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Excuse me."
Yeah.
I said, "You gotta let me know."
Yeah, I remember I used to wear a lot of Brand Jordan during one-on-one, and he used to give me tons of stuff. And I remember doing his tournament in the Bahamas, and Shanice and I were walking, and of course I'm making sure I'm dripped down in Nike Brand Jordan, and she had on Nike and she had on Adidas. He looked at her, he was like, "Hey, Mom, you gonna have to take them damn Adidas off." He's serious about that.
Right.
He dead serious about it.
Well, you said Brand Jordan.
Yeah, she said, "Well, send something to me."
Boom.
Yeah.
Did he send something?
Yeah. Yeah.
See?
Yeah, they took care of us. Yeah.
See, there you go. She's like, "Look, you want me to wear shoes?
Yeah.
Drop them in the mail."
Yeah, they took care of us big time. Yeah,
see, I probably would wear Adidas on purpose.
You know what? And I can see that. Just to have the confrontation, I can see it.
Because first of all, I've never.
He played in high top Adidas
right.
at UNC.
Right.
But he throws that in the back of his mind.
See, my deal would be you the one getting the check, not me.
True story.
Because I've been giving all kinds of shoes. So my whole deal is, look, I ain't got a contract with nobody. Now, unless they're advertiser on my show, see, that's probably what I would say. I'll be like, "Mike,
there you go.
Call my sales team.
Yeah.
Y'all become a sponsor of my show.
There you go.
I'll be more than happy to wear your stuff."
There you go. Yeah. Those times. Listen, I had times where they of course they cut back on everything, but you literally have a stipend. You have an amount that you could spend up to every year. And I loved it. I loved it.
So you used it?
Yes, I did.
You used it?
There was nothing left over to the next year at all.
You like, it's $8 left.
I'm using everything. Yeah, give me a glove.
I know some socks. Yeah, I know something. I'm going to use that 8. Yeah, I'm going to leave y'all with like 50 cents.
Yes, sir. That's right, man.
How you get the name Flex?
That came from my boy Stretch. That's ironic.
Okay, hold up.
Yeah.
His name is Stretch.
Yes.
You flex.
Yes.
Both of y'all flexible?
Yeah, I used to be. So we started going out to the hip hop clubs and everything, and I was all loose and limber and all that stuff. But I was trying to find a name. We were trying to make up names, and
because y'all were dancers.
Yes. This one time I said, okay, maybe if I put sand in my pocket, then put it on the floor, then I could slide and I could be Sandman, and that was terrible. But then. He was just like, checking out just how I moved. And he was like, "Yo, why not just flex?" And I was like, there it is. And I've been flex ever since.
Dancing is probably the most forgotten element of hip hop.
Oh, man.
Because there are clearly defined elements of hip hop.
Yeah. I think it's being revisited now. Now, dancing is starting to get the props it deserves for being part of the culture, because you would see rappers, performers, they always had dancers.
Right.
I was part of an amazing dance team called the Mop Tops, and we choreographed, everybody. And then when I finished dancing, they went on, they choreographed Mariah Carey. I mean, just doing world tours, everything. Remember the Time, Michael Jackson. So dancing now, Kid from Kid and Play, Martin from Kid and Play did a documentary called And I Danced, and it was highlighting all of the dances from that era, which was dope because we finally got to get the recognition. Because dancers now is different. They have a union, agents. We ain't have none of that. We were the agents, we were the union. Like when I was on tour with Salt and Pepper, we literally danced, we carried bags for extra money, and we did like kind of pseudo security. Like any way we could get an extra check, we was doing it. So it was different back then, and it didn't just come to us, man. We had to work. We worked hard. We worked very hard, like choreographing an hour and some odd a stage show, videos that was separate, and you're going out there, you're dancing in combat boots. That's why all of us now, we get together and be like, man, how's your hip? They're like, how's your hip? Like, we having different conversations now. Yeah. So it is definitely was a part of the culture. But I mean, that comes from who we are, man. The Renaissance era, the Nicholas brothers, all the stuff I look at that we were doing, they did.
Right.
You know, they did all of it, and I love it.
Well, the thing that drives me crazy today, first of all, everybody know I love dancing.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
I
think we know that. Everyone knows
no
that.
problem. I do not understand the concept of being at a party and just standing there drinking.
Yeah, listen, when I first came to LA and I went out to a couple of clubs, I was out dancing and they're looking at me strange, and I'm like, what is the problem? And girls were like, guys don't dance out here. They don't. Everybody sits
You
back.
like, well, I ain't from here.
Yeah, I was like, well, I ain't from here. I'm about to get this floor. So I danced. Like, no matter what, I always, even now, if we were on doing tournaments and there's a dinner and a DJ and we danced. The year was it Jeffrey Osborne?
Oh yeah.
Myself, you, Chris Tucker, all of us. Like that's who we are.
I'm telling you, I went to we went in Miami for American Black Film Festival.
Mm-hmm.
So a group of us went out, Jesse T. Usher, Erica Ash, Tiana Paris, the cats who in Survivor's Remorse and stars. And so, man, we go out, so we go to this place, club is packed, and DJ's in the booth, Kyrie Irving was in the booth with him. And I'm standing, and all of these, the dance floor is packed.
Yeah.
But they're all on the dance floor looking up at the DJ and Kyrie. And I was sitting there going, I said, first of all, I don't give a damn who the DJ is.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't even want to hear the DJ or see the DJ.
Yeah.
We hear the I said, y'all, I don't know what this whole thing, I don't get it.
It's different.
I can't, I don't drink.
Yeah.
But even if I did drink, I just don't get not moving.
Yeah.
I've always had this thing, and this was really in college. People would say, man, how was the party? Are my clothes dry?
Right, exactly.
If my clothes were dry, the party was pure shit. It was shit.
Yeah.
And I'd be pissed when I got home. Like, what's wrong with you? Bullshit ass party.
Yeah.
I said, look at me. I said, clothes came the same. I said as I walked out.
Yep.
But if I had to peel the clothes off, they were like, how was the party?
Yeah.
It was, I can remember parties where I had to peel the clothes off.
Yeah.
And they had to dry for 48 hours.
Yeah.
That's how sweated out they were.
That's how I remember it, man. We would do the clubs in New York, all the clubs. You would hit 2-3 clubs a night and just dance all night. There was this one club called Choices that stayed open. It was 24 hours. You would leave there 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. We go to get breakfast and you could come back and it was just,
wow.
It was one of the only ones like that. And we danced to the sweat till you hurting,
right.
Like, I miss that, man. That was, probably one of the greatest, times of my life, because we were broke. We just out there, got enough to get to the club, whatever, got enough to get breakfast for $2.25, special, but we danced everything away.
Right.
I'm Faraji Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture. Weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
Did you see the documentary on Studio 54?
Yes.
Bruh.
Yes.
That when I watching that documentary, and when they were saying how it was so hyped, they said the music was pulsating.
Yeah.
Cats were just walking in and just throwing their coats at coat check.
Yeah.
And they said so many coats got mixed up, folks just went home. And they said the moment they hit that door,
ran right to the dance floor.
On the floor, and they had the photos and the video, and folks was just sweating and dripping and didn't give a damn what anybody else thought.
Yeah.
I was like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if you had great music, and that's all that we would go to certain parties in New York because we knew certain people were DJing, and we only went if they were DJing because we knew we were gonna have a good time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't. That's why I was going through my archives last year with COVID. I was going through, and I was like, damn, how many folks I got me and D Nice, and that was the deal. And Nice would tell you, he's like, yo, when Roland walking to the door.
Yeah.
He comes to the booth, say what's up, and go right to the dance floor.
Same thing. He was one of the people. It would be D Nice, Clark Kent, Stretch Armstrong, a house DJ named Basil.
What do they call themselves?
Basil, the originals.
Yeah, the originals.
Basil, Tony Touch. Like, there were certain DJs that if they were playing, you found your way to the party.
Yep.
Yeah.
We were. True story. I'm in New York. And I don't know, I think I was there. I don't know if I was there for an event, I was speaking or something. And it was over early. So I'm walking down the street and I run into this woman, her 2 or 3 kids, and her mama. And I just bump into them and like, oh, my God, we watch you, we love you. I was like, I appreciate that. So I think we had walked like 3 or 4 blocks. And so I walked about 2 blocks forward to my hotel, and they turned left. And so I was like, all right, y'all take care. So I go to my hotel room, and so, man, it's like 10. I'm like, what the hell going on in New York? I was like, anything going on in New York tonight? So I just put it on social media.
Yeah.
And Bevy Smith tweeted me, or she sent me a text. I think she did both. She was like, yo, there's a party at, I forgot the name of the hotel. And I remember because it was like all white and they had like LED lights. So I can't remember, but I know, but it was, so she's like, D Nice is a DJ. I was like, yo, really?
Yeah.
So I put on social media, I was like, yo, I think I was a tweet, I responded, I was like, yo, Bevy, I said, D Nice performing, I got to go find this party.
Yeah.
The sister who I bumped into, she was like, I've been with my mama and these kids. She said, my husband left early. She said, I want to dance too.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, meet me at this party.
Yeah.
And so, dude, she showed up.
Wow.
Man, because first of all, I danced with everybody. I danced the whole floor. Dance, come and find out, she was a dancer growing up.
Oh, wow.
And she was like, man, I'm so glad I ran into you. I was like, and that was just straight up. I was like,
That's
yo,
dope.
D Nice performing. I'm like, don't worry about it. We getting in.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I said, I see you on the dance floor.
That's dope.
That's straight up what happened.
That's
man,
dope.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's dope, man. That's how we did it, man. We could be on a train, see somebody, meet somebody, and say, hey, we're going to this spot, and you just go and
let's roll.
Yep, let's roll.
See, I can't. It's like when you roll. See, that's my deal. When you roll with folk, and it's like, look, we here to have fun. We ain't dealing with no drama.
Right.
None of that sort of stuff.
Right.
But the key that you said is certain DJs.
Yes.
What absolutely drives me crazy are the DJs who DJ for them.
Yeah.
And my whole deal is, bruh, if the dance floor is damn near empty, change the music.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Oh, that kills me.
Kills me too.
Because you sitting there like, okay, you're going to play something that's going to get this thing funky. We see you sitting here like, all right, Doc, what you going to, and then they'll hop around, and then it's the guys who are hardcore hip hop, and you look at the artists, you're like, dude, these are grown people.
Yeah.
You're going to have to sit here.
Yeah.
And
you got to mix it up.
So, okay, I'm going to see what your response is going to be.
Okay.
So, what 10 songs, let's say, party's dead, folk are restless, people are leaving, What 10 songs that the DJ can play that will completely flip the night and turn that thing out?
Always, Before I Let Go, Frankie Beverly and Maze.
Right.
Always.
That's on the list.
I think DJ Cool with Biz Markie, Let Me Clear My Throat.
Got it.
That's always gonna get the floor packed. Let me see.
To Be Real.
Yes, To Be Real definitely will. Alicia Myers, I want to thank you. That's always gonna do it. Because it because sometimes you can play a mid-tempo song. It don't have to, be like bang, bang. You can play a mid-tempo song and everybody just jumps on the floor.
Flashlight.
Oh yeah. Atomic Dog, always. That's always.
Not Atomic Dog. You leave that one
out. Come on. Yeah,
you can leave that.
Oh, I forgot. You. My bad. I forgot.
You can leave that one out.
You know that one is.
That might be in the top 30, but it ain't gonna be in top 10.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I forgot. My bad. My bad. I saw your argument at the tournament. Never mind. Who else? Because I'm thinking.
Before you phone out, look at it.
I'm just thinking of all the genres, all the different genres.
See, one night, man, I was on Twitter and I was talking about this here, and I was like, "Yo, you throw," I said, straight up. I said, old school. I said, where it's just gonna hit. September.
Of course.
You gotta throw that in.
Yep.
I would say, depending upon the group, well, first of all, you put on the butt.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
And now you gotta, because women gonna immediately respond to it, you gotta throw on either Cupid Shuffle. Now, a lot of dudes don't like line dances, but
I like it. Yeah.
It's gonna fill the dance floor up.
It is.
Or the wobble, one of those two.
Wobble, yep.
One of those two is gonna do it. And what's gonna always bring you back, Jackson 5, I Want You Back.
Oh yeah, always.
You play all those songs.
Yeah.
That party is going to completely change.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then from that point on,
you can play whatever. Yeah.
It's on.
Yeah, it's so many, because you can throw in a 90s hip hop joint. You can throw in the Fugees, Lauryn Hill's album.
You can throw in Poison.
Poison,
BBD.
always. We were at the Capitol Jazz Festival. They brought us on stage because they bring somebody on stage every show when they put on Poison, and I lost my natural mind. When that breakdown hit, I was like, and Cayman Kelly from Heart and Soul, he wanted to do a routine. I said, man, I ain't doing no routine. This is Poison. This is the breakdown.
We Jeffrey Osborne golf tournament. We on stage, and they bring up BBD, Earth, Wind and Fire, Sinbad's on stage, Sugar Ray Leonard, dude, and they come up, they play that.
Yeah.
We straight. Yeah. We just straight. Sis on stage. It was crazy.
Yeah. That song is gonna always, no matter what, that song hits. Everybody's getting on the dance floor. Everybody.
That's gonna do it.
That New Edition too.
What? Absolutely. When Hypnotized.
Oh my
by
gosh.
Biggie hits.
Oh man.
Them first.
Soon as
come on, you like.
Hot, sicker than your average. Papa Twist cabbage.
The joint's about to go.
Woo, man.
About to go.
And it's so crazy because I was there that night, that terrible night, and I just remember seeing how happy he just had this piece on him.
Really?
I went over, sitting with Puff, Stevie J, him, they were all there, and I'm like, what up, man? He's like, yo, you doing your thing. I see you doing your thing. It was just he had this piece on him, what I mean? Just like, man, I did it, And that song always, when I hear that song, I go back to that night.
Wow.
Yeah, I go back to that night. It's crazy.
You gotta throw in a Prince jam.
Oh yeah. Which one? Kiss. Gotta throw in Kiss.
It doesn't get played to me a lot, but in that moment, if you trying to go there, boom, you put on Let's Go Crazy.
Let's Go Crazy. That's true. That's true. You got to put on Sheila E., the glamorous.
Oh,
hell
yeah.
Put that on.
You hit.
You have to put on.
Oh, you hit that. The drums.
Yes.
When that sucker's just the
and then
intro.
you come after that. Then you blend that in with Climax meeting in the ladies' room.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That right there, boy.
And then you can follow it up, Brownstone or Jeanne.
Ooh, see, Jeanne.
See,
Jeanne. I would go Jeanne into Groove Theory.
And then I'm gonna come back with Chubb Rock, Just the Two of Us.
And then I'm gonna go Neo. What's his song? Oh my gosh, I forget the song. One in a Million.
All right.
And then after One in a Million, I'm gonna bring that in with Truth Hurts.
Then I'm gonna come back with Luther Bad Boy.
That's a bad song. And then right there, then I'm gonna blend that in there with Sylvia. Gosh, what's the name of the song? Hey baby, let me. Pillow Talk. Pillow Talk, boy. That's.
Then I'm coming right back with Got to Give It Up by Marvin Gaye.
Oh yes, Got to Give. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Then I'm gonna come in right out there. I'll bring in McFadden and Whitehead. Ain't no stopping us now.
And then I'm gonna return with As by Stevie Wonder.
Oh yeah, that's you know, one of my favorite Stevie Wonder songs is Saturn.
Okay.
That's one of my favorite songs. I mean, it wouldn't be right in that setting, but that's one of my favorite songs. Okay, then we're gonna go from there. Then we're gonna go to Teddy P. I Don't Love You Anymore.
Okay. I don't love you anymore. And then I'm gonna hit you right back with OJ's I Love Music.
Oh man, I love music. I love the OJ's. Okay, then we're gonna go from the OJ's I Love Music, and then I'll bring in Dancing Machine, Jackson 5.
And then I'm gonna come right back with bum 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 bum
yeah.
bum bum.
Love and happy.
Coming right back with that one.
And then I'm gonna stay right in that groove. I'm gonna stay right there with that Al Green, and I'm gonna go into what is the name of the song? Why do I forget? It sounds like oh God, Love and Happiness. Do you know the one? It sounds. They played it in. Was it Menace to Society? They played in a couple of movies. Oh my gosh, why can't I remember it? I tell you, boy, these 50s ain't no joke. I had it right here. It was right there.
Oh, it's gonna come to you.
It's gonna come to me.
And then after that, I'm hitting with Lady Marmalade.
Oh, Lady Marmalade. My wife actually redid that. Her, Deborah Cox, Shantae Moore, and Kelly Price.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, got to download that joint.
All
right. Lady Marmalade, okay. And then I'm gonna come in with the Emotions, Best of My Love.
And then I'm gonna hit you back with Confunction Fun.
Okay, all right. And then I'm gonna come in there with Switch.
Okay. Or
yeah.
you go
Switch. Yeah.
With They'll Never Be.
They'll Never Be.
Oh, so you move into that, and then I'm gonna hit you right back with Lady D'Angelo.
Okay, that's it. Okay, all right. And then go into Bilal, Sister, Soul Sister. You must be my soul.
And then I'm gonna hit you and shut it down with a door. By Prince.
Okay.
The women gonna love that one.
Oh yeah, they love that one. Guys, so many, man. I can go on and on and on. This could be a music show. Just talk about music. I can talk about music all day long.
See, that's the thing. Again, it's just. See, for me, it's a throwback to growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Where our family got together.
Yeah.
And you said it earlier. Look, you ain't had no money.
Yeah.
Cats weren't always trying to go somewhere, trying to go out.
Right.
And it's just everybody at the house.
Yeah.
Yo, food.
That's all I remember.
And for folk get in the kitchen, and next thing you know, man, that thing turns into, the get-together turns into a 7, 8, 9 hour affair.
And then they tell you, go to bed, and then they got the grown-up party after.
No, we didn't do that.
Oh, my mom used to kick me out.
Oh, you used to kick y'all?
Oh, sure.
No, Doc, we stayed up.
We snuck out, of course. But
we stayed up. It was never, that was even, I was, even on a school night, catchers could drive by, it just turned, no, we were always in the same place. The next thing you know, somebody bring out some cards, and then it's either spades or bid whist, and then it just goes into this, man. And that for me, man, that's the thing that I tell people all the time now. We don't have to have reasons to get together.
Right. Yeah.
Just call up and say, yo, what y'all doing?
Yeah.
Jump on by the crib.
Yeah.
They call somebody else, and then it's like, well, what's the occasion? Ain't none.
Just getting together.
Just get together.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that drives me crazy when people just think that, oh, so what, it's my birthday? No.
Yeah.
I threw a party when I was in DC, and I put it on. I was like, this is a ain't no damn reason party.
Yeah. Yeah.
And people were literally like, so, what do we bring? Nothing?
Yeah.
Just come. Then they said, well, I got kids. Bring your damn kids.
Yeah.
I said, I got a pool. Everybody good. And they were so shocked. I said, y'all understand. I grew up, and it wasn't, you didn't drop your kids off.
No.
We were all there.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter.
Yeah, it didn't matter, Mom.
We all had small ass houses.
Yeah.
Nobody was tripping.
Yeah.
It was just, hey, everybody in here, we gonna make it work.
And we did this in the projects, in the 2-bedroom apartment. It was packed. Moms would cook plates. Her and my grandmother, she sell plates. My mom, deep. She starts hitting me with a lot of this stuff now. The kind of life she lives. She was like, yeah, we were watching American Gangster. She said, I used to work for Nicky Barnes. I'm like, what? Yeah. She was a little courier girl, like, blew my mind. So those were the kind of people that were around. I just didn't know. I was just like, oh, we got grown-ups. And then she'll call me out sometimes, like, okay, do that dance. And you out there dancing, they give you $1, 50 cents, take that money right in the room. But that's what I think about, man. That's what the song that reminds me of my childhood growing up is Zoom, Commodores. I think about that song all the time. It just reminds me of South Bronx, the summers, girls outside, double dutch with pickles, the dudes playing stickball or tag.
See, we had the peppermint in the pickle.
That's what the girls would do, yeah. The peppermint, I remember that.
Or when you got fancy, you had the peppermint stick in the lemon.
I ain't do that one.
So that must be a Southern thing.
Yeah, that's Southern.
Yeah, Southern thing.
Yeah, but we took the now-laters on the radiator and let them make them soft and take them off.
Really? Okay, we didn't do that.
Yeah. You gotta melt the now-laters.
No, see, I did with the now-laters. We sucked. Then we sucked it on until it shrunk all the way down. That was the whole deal.
You gotta have them chewy.
And then of course it was sweet and sour.
Oh, sweet and sour.
Like that, especially the blow pops.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely blow pops. Oh, I remember. I'm so tired of being alone. That was it.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
I knew it was gonna come back.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but yeah, man, those good days, man. Good day. I missed that.
Well, I think what happens is and the reality is we can still do it. It's amazing how people are just so scared to do it. They just don't. And I think what COVID. I think what COVID did. COVID caused a lot of people to remember those moments. I mean, think how often folks were like, I'm too busy, I don't want to go. No, I'm tired or whatever.
Yeah.
And then when COVID hit, you couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't gather. You couldn't call, and you were antsy. And I told people, I said when we get beyond COVID, when we were back to regular get together, I said I guarantee you, it's going to be a lot of people who used to say no to getting together for drinks or for dinner or hooking up and dropping by, who gonna be like, no, we doing this.
I think what COVID did, like for my wife and I, we would throw our parties legendary at the house. Like I'm DJing, it's packed, we got food, people cooking, we got chicken, lasagna, whatever, and just having fun.
Right.
And we look at the pictures like, man, that was fun.
Right.
And we can't get back to that. And I think what COVID did was it definitely made us really cherish what was, you know, that was valuable.
Yep.
But the flip side is I'm starting to see now, especially, you know, social media and people are kind of getting that we back outside mentality. And it's kind of back to selfishness and me and da-da-da-da. I've seen kind of that little transition.
Right.
It's not the, you know, the unity that it was.
Dude, it was crazy.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Because I know you would we popped in my live a couple of times.
Right,
These
right.
were all over. You know, everybody was just supporting each other. People were just like, yo, man, you all right, you good. Like, and it was, I've never seen so much, yo, man, love you. And, you know, and it changed, man.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
I remember I was on Nice's Live with someone else, and I said, y'all, I said, 2 or 3 years from now, we're gonna be pining for this. Because it was, what was crazy about it was that schedules didn't matter. We weren't hopping on planes at 8 o'clock in the morning. There weren't other things that we were doing.
Your status didn't matter?
The status didn't matter. It didn't have how much money. Your ass was at home. You were at home on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter like the rest of us.
Yeah.
And but it absolutely was communal.
It was. It really was.
And it was just the back and forth and the commenting and all this sort of stuff. And it was straight. And it wasn't, oh, you only have X number of people who are on your live. No, it was just, it was just in this moment. And I mean, I just, so many times.
You say that, not to cut you off, but you say that it's funny because there were people, you know, come on my live, obviously, you know, the blue check people, I call them, you know, see my joint isn't, you know, I don't have thousands of that. And I'm like, I'm not doing it for that. You know what I mean? And then they pop in and then they just pop right out. You know, somebody else will see them and go, oh, hey, such and such, and they pop right out. I'm just like, it don't matter.
I started doing, it was so funny when somebody was like, oh man, you know, oh, you trying to be a DJ? I was like, well, first of all, anybody who knows me knows I love music.
Yeah.
I said, so this ain't got nothing to do. I said, you sit golf cart, you gonna hear me.
Yeah.
I said, we gonna always have music.
Me too.
And so when I started doing Club Brown Liquor, and the folks like, your ass don't even drink. I said, y'all, it's brown liquor music.
Right.
And so when I started playing stuff that cats had never heard of. And of course, being from Texas, the Gulf Coast, you got Louisiana, Southern blues, Southern soul. Man, I'll be playing stuff, and I'll tell folks, I say, y'all, I ain't playing. And then I was sort of like D, like, no, ain't no request.
Right.
It's whatever I feel like playing.
Exactly.
You know, and some people were kind of like, I remember one night some guy was like, bruh, you need to work on your transitions. I said, fuck transitions. I said, man, this ain't my job.
Yeah, you got
and Nice was on. Nice. He cracked up. He was like, Roland just said to everybody, fuck transitions. I'm like, dude, I don't care.
You're playing the music, man.
Right.
You're playing the music.
I'm like, it's like when you're in your car, boom, I want to hear this song. I said, I'm not sitting here trying to sit here. Well, let me sit here and fade it in, bring it. I said, man, this ain't what I do.
Right.
I said, this ain't what I do.
Yeah.
You know, I said, if you don't like it, hop on off. But it was just, we were just vibing. It was just listen to it, just enjoy it, just go.
Yeah.
And man, it was just, but I told everybody, I said, I'm telling y'all, I said in a year or 2 years, I said, we're gonna want this again, because it was just, we were all in that moment, and it was just, but the music was bringing back the memories. And I think it was bringing back people who are now ancestors.
Right.
It was people who we grew up with.
Yeah.
Those moments in time.
Yeah.
Oh man, I forgot about that song.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
You're right. And I miss that. I just, you know, I just slowly see it getting back to, you know, we good now. You know what I mean?
The travel, the schedule. I mean, I've said absolutely. I did with my family. We lost my mom's oldest sister. She passed, 81. Then we lost a cousin who was 50.
Wow.
And we were on this group chat, and I said, we should not be getting together only at funerals.
Right.
Now, mind you, I grew up in a huge family where we got together every Sunday, where like at my grandparents' house, every Sunday.
Yeah.
It's 50, 60 people every Sunday.
I remember those days.
And so I said, and then they were like, so there's this annual service for the founders of our Catholic Church we grew up in. And I was like, it was in March. I said, why in the, mind you, this is like May. I said, why in the hell are we waiting until March?
Yeah.
And it was probably about 6 weeks later, my mom's second oldest sister passed away.
Wow.
So she lost 2 of her 3 sisters in this in 2021. I said, y'all, what are we doing? I said, why y'all wait? I said, and nearly all my family's in Houston. I'm like, what the hell? I said, have protocols, everybody be vaccinated. I said, we get social distance. I said, but that's literally, this is what I said to them. I said, when we're at the funerals and we're talking about our loved ones, we're talking about those moments.
Yeah.
I said, we're now going to be in a situation where we will not have any of those moments to reflect on.
Right.
And they were like, dang, you're right.
Yeah.
And I said, no one needs an invitation. I said, just do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just let it roll.
Yeah.
And so so they were like, yo, we doing this for Thanksgiving. I was like, precisely.
Yeah.
You know, I said, everybody got their own individual families, but I said, we can have our larger group family. And it's just forcing people to get out where it's just them and their life and realize that communal gathering, fellowship is so important.
It is.
Just to sit here and just kick it, just to hang, just to chat. You know, what you're up to. And it's not, I need something. It's not, I'm in trouble. It's not, pray for me because I'm in a hospital. No, it's just hanging.
Just hanging. Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's one thing. That's what I don't think people realize of the golf tournament. It's sort of like we got our own black golfing tour.
Yeah.
When you sort of, and it's just, that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. And what it does for us, man, you see people you haven't seen, and it's a great thing. And I think for your mental health, it's super important because we don't talk about that enough.
Yep.
You know, I deal with, you know, a mother who, you know, is diagnosed mild schizophrenic, so I know, you know, how important that is. You got to talk about it. You got to get out. You have to see the sun. You see your friends. You see, hey man, what's up? Man? How you doing? Love you, brother. Whatever, man. Seeing Dr. J and seeing Sterling Sharp and all these guys, man, we see all the time. It's, you know, I don't take that for granted anymore. Right. Anymore.
Right. Well, in fact, like this year, last 2 or 3 years, Eric Dick was like, man, you got to play in my tournament. I got to play in my tournament. And it was like, all right. And so I always do George, I always do Sid, do Anthony. And I was like, Bet was going to be there. And here's the other thing that, and it's really happened in a lot more in the last 2 years. I mean, really since COVID. And look, you all think about it. You think about, because I'm 53 on Sunday, November 14th. And as you, again, losing 2 aunts, 181, 180. And you think about your parents, my parents, dad's 74, mom is 73, end of November. And you think about your own mortality. And you think about things that we pass up. You think about, yeah, that cost this, but no, I don't really want to. But then it's like, I passed the moment up. And it's been a number of things where it's kind of like, yeah, I'm doing that.
Yeah.
And okay, I mean, I know that ticket's gonna cost this here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that because I have it sort of as hashtag I use, live life, love it. That you can work so hard, you can save all this money, and then what happens when you can't golf? When you can't dance?
Yeah.
What happens when you can't travel?
Right.
So you kill yourself, you worked hard, all these sort of things,
Yeah.
and now you can't do any of those things.
Right.
And then what?
Then what? Yeah. That's real. That's real talk, man. It's deep. It's deep.
I had somebody tell me, they're like, man, why you always dancing? I said, you know what? I said, that was a time when Muhammad Ali, they told me you talk too damn much. I said, when Muhammad Ali got Parkinson's disease, I said he couldn't talk. I said, we longed in the last 20 years of his life for him to talk.
Yeah.
I said, but he talked so much in them first 50 years that we get all this film, all this video. Documentaries are still being made. I said, of him talking. I said, my whole deal is this here. I said, I dance. I said, because you know what? One day you may not be able to dance.
That's right.
I said, I want to be able to say, yo, pull that YouTube up. I mean, because again, stuff changes.
Yeah.
Things change.
Yeah. What's that song? Everything Must Change?
Yeah. And it's just like, and I tell people all the time, it's like, yo, man, I don't really feel like doing it. I'm like, no, man, That's why if you at the party, I'm like, yo, man, hashtag live life, love it. Yeah. Enjoy this sucker.
You have to, man.
Go to it.
We have to.
And I've seen it. I've seen where a week later, someone's life is completely altered.
Yeah.
And changed. Next day, sort of same thing. Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches! I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland. Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? You talked about that once, about being in this entertainment space. It may have been on the reality show y'all did, where you talked about financial issues and how things are so transient, and it may be great today for a month, for six months, for several years, and all of a sudden, changes.
Yeah, it happens. I've in doing that show, initially I didn't want to, but my wife wanted to, and she'd been wanting to do reality forever. And then when we were going through what we were going through, I said, you know what, this would be a good time because we have something to talk about. I don't want to just do something. We running around arguing with each other and all of that. I said, we'd have something to talk about. So we did it, and I learned a lot from that. Got a lot of great, support, response from people, in the industry. You and I both know that we're struggling too, but just didn't want to talk about it because they're scared of, losing this persona.
Right.
I got to be balling.
Right.
And us going through what we went through, it wasn't out of us balling. We wasn't popping bottles nowhere. I dove into real estate. That's when they was giving everybody a loan. It was like, you want a house, you want a house. Hey, you know, it was like, you know, we had a property in Vegas, and you know, when the bottom fell, instead of jumping out, I'm trying to hold on because I'm thinking, hey, I want to pass this down to my kids. You know, I know real estate creates, you know, so many millionaires, so much wealth, and instead of dropping it, you know, I tried to hold on, and that was the you know, cement brick in the ocean. So going through that stuff, you see who your friends are, you see that you have acquaintances in the industry, you don't always have friends. You see what's important. And I learned a lot because I didn't have those lessons growing up. I wasn't taught about money. Right. You know, my grandmother, my mom, I watched them work from job to job. You work, make your money, spend it.
Yeah, jobs, not careers.
Yeah, jobs. That's all I saw. So didn't have that training. So now I'm probably one of the, you know, first ones since in my grandmother and grandfather's era that really can't, you know, was making money like that. And you don't have that training and you don't have that foresight. You know, you make mistakes. You know, of course, if I wanted to get my wife something or enjoy ourselves, go to a nice dinner, we did that, but we never did anything really crazy. You know, I just really went hard into real estate, and that's what, you know, when the bottom hit and the whole thing happened in 2008.
Yep, 08,
you know,
09.
08, 09, that was rough. And you're not working, you know, work is here, it comes, you get a reoccurring here, a guest star here. You know, that's why I believe so much in creating your own content, which I always hear you talk about, which is what I'm doing now, and thankfully have some things that I'm excited about. But it's important because you can't just sit there and wait for that job.
Yep.
You cannot.
Yep. If you wait for that phone to ring, and see the thing that, and I tend to say this to people. Obviously, not everybody can do it, but it is understanding, especially when you're in this creative space, that in a sense you're waiting for somebody else to say yes, as opposed to, you know, I can actually tell myself yes. Yeah. And now, because social media has totally changed, now the game has changed. Now you can, some say monetize, I say weaponize your following. Then it's, okay, now this is what we can do. Your wife is a singer. Things change in the music game. Older you get, those platforms are really for not even forget if you're R&B, if you're soul or whatever, but now, okay, I got an audience. Wait a minute, I still have a following. Now, you know, in terms of how can I nurture it, how can I build it? And I think for a lot of people, they only do that when they hit rock bottom or they lose something, and now they're scrambling. Now they're trying to, because see, now you're trying to pay the bills, but also build something. And so I encourage everybody, when you have another great gig or whatever, be building this. When I was with TV One, the 4 years that we did, the 4 years of Washington Watch, followed by the 4 years of News One Now, I was acquiring my own gear the entire time. Right. Yeah. The whole time.
That's smart.
So buy these lights, I buy that camera.
Yeah.
Buy that microphone, I buy this, buy that. So when they canceled the show, December 2017, I had probably $100,000 in gear. Yeah. So I remember like a month later, we put on this State of the Union event, the State of Our Union. And literally the switcher, the cameras, all sort of stuff, I already owned. Because going back to when I started in the business, my whole deal was I wanted to own my own laptop, my own camera, my own phone, my own pager. Because if I ever lost a job, I would not be without my weapons. Yeah. Yeah. And that has always stuck with me.
But you bet on yourself.
Right.
You bet on yourself. And that's what you have to do that. Because if you don't believe in you, nobody else is gonna believe in you.
And also I don't like when I know something make it work, I need somebody to say yes.
Yeah.
That's the other thing that for me, whether it's a book, whether it's any of those different things, and it's amazing to me how many people I talk to, who I counsel, advise, and I remember I was talking to this one sister. She had a great book concept. She had a very good following. She was an ordained minister, and we're on the phone. I remember I was driving to an event in Baltimore, so it was probably like an hour drive from where I live. Man, we're on the phone and we're talking, and so we about 25 minutes in. Then finally I said, stop. I said, you desperately need to be validated. She's like, oh my God. I said, you desperately need to say, I signed a book deal with this company, I'm an author.
Right.
I said, you can, the book that you want to do, you can publish right now. But she was so, no, but I don't feel like I'm an author. I said, baby, if you got an ISBN number and it gets printed and you sell it and somebody hands you some cash for the book, you're an author.
Yeah.
And she was so, because I was like, why is she fighting this whole thing? And so it was a breakthrough for her because she realized that it was really the validation of, I signed a publishing deal.
But there are a lot, especially creatives, who, need that validation. Who you want, even as a stand-up, you go out, you go on stage, the validation is from the audience that you're funny. The validation is they get your material. You do a scene, the validation is, okay, I, did everything I wanted to do, and the reaction from, once people see it. So it's just something in because I know I dealt with that just because of how I grew up. Like I needed to know that it was okay. I needed to know that I was good because I didn't hear that. I mean, my grandmother and stuff, but I didn't have that father there to say, hey son, you're good. Hey son, this, that. You know what I mean? So although my grandmother, my mother, they instilled it, you still need that male voice. And I think that carries over into whatever you become. If you're creative, there's pieces of insecurity in there. When I do stand up, I'm basically telling that shy part of myself that doesn't believe that I'm funny, shut up. Then I get off stage and then I'm back to that guy. It's a weird dichotomy, but it's
yeah, because that is when I think back. When I think back, as you were talking, because when you said the validation of the audience, yes, I mean, obviously, I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
You want to do something where people say, oh my God, I love that. That was great. That was wonderful. The thing that I try to get people to is there are two forms of validation. The second validation is that is, I'm on stage and they're laughing, I'm funny. But the first one is the person has to say yes to put me on stage.
Yeah.
Whereas in many ways for me, it's, I'm gonna open my own comedy club. In that, I'm not gonna kill myself for you to say yes.
Right.
I'm gonna go out and tell my people, yo, come check me out, come watch this, and let me know how you like it. And I think that's what stops a lot of people. I think it stops a lot of people, or they're waiting for somebody to say, okay, you cannot go on stage.
Yeah.
As opposed to, we now live in a world where there are stages everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we still think is that sort of that old model. I look at what's happening now with, in this industry. It's no longer about the big 7 studios.
No.
It's no longer even with the streaming services. It's also the proliferation of independent and how they now, even beyond the top tier, beyond Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, Paramount Plus, HBO Max. There are so many other platforms where you're like, cool, all right. Y'all told me no problem.
Right.
I'm going over here and I can still do it. And in our business, this equipment has also changed because the cost is now much lower. Well, literally, Steven Soderbergh has done 5 films. With this.
Yeah, it's changed.
But it's getting the person to believe they can actually do it.
Right. That's a good point.
That's the piece right there.
Yeah, that is.
That's the piece right there.
That is. And I'm seeing that with stand-up specials. A lot of people, a lot of comedians I know, they're taking the power in their own hands. They go, I'm gonna take some money, get some equipment, I'm gonna shoot it myself. You know, and then they go sell it. I've seen probably 3 or 4 do that. And that's inspiring. You know, that's like, okay, it's not like back in the day you had to wait for HBO to come or this one to
come. Boom, do the deal, production company, distribution. It's gonna cost a couple hundred, $250,000 to bring in the camera, all those different things along those lines. Now, man.
They're coming out to tell you, and if you're funny, or they're saying, oh yeah, well don't do this joke, and then, you know, you might want to stay away from this. Like, you can go be yourself and sell yourself.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com. I was a comedian, Country Wayne.
Oh yeah, I love Country Wayne, man.
So, and again, because of what we do, I'm when I'm watching something, I'm watching it and I'm laughing, but I'm also looking at how it was shot. I'm looking at the audio. I'm looking at, I'm like, okay, how did they do that? Or how did they get that shot?
Yeah.
Okay, what piece of equipment was that? And I was looking at it, I was laughing at one of his videos on Instagram, and routinely he's getting 400,000 and 500,000 views on his videos.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it, and so I hit him. I say, "What I shoot that with?" I'm like, "Did you use Canon C300? Did you use Sony? Did you use DLSR? What you use?" He was like, "No, iPhone." I was kind of like, then I'm listening to the audio. I'm like, okay. Well, that's great audio. I was like, are you boom mic or are you using? And again, because because the thing is, I'm watching it and I'm looking at how it was shot. I'm looking at the fluidity, I'm looking at the movement or whatever. Because when you're in those situations, look, you use what you got. It's sort of like my grandfather. When we went to my grandparents' house, they had 8 kids, who had 42 kids.
Wow.
They can make a pot of gumbo. And you're gonna have some chicken and sausage in your bowl. Now, you may not have individually 3 pieces of chicken and 5 pieces of sausage in your bowl, but you're gonna have it in your bowl. Everybody gonna have some chicken and sausage in the bowl. Yeah. He knew how to take 2 chickens and feed all them people in a big pot of gumbo. And it's figuring out what's at your disposal to make it work.
Right. Yeah, I like that. What's at your disposal to make it work?
So what are you, so you mentioned the content, what are you building? What are you doing?
For me, creating 2 shows, one which my good buddy Chris Spencer's EP on, and I'm working on, putting my stand-up special together. I've never had a stand-up special all these years, starting stand-up in '89, I started. And I made the mistake of, once I got my show, I stopped because I didn't want to travel. I tried to do a show. I took my daughter, my wife, we went, and it was just a lot. And I was like, So I was like, do I really want to be gone from Thursday to Sunday? And I'm like, well, I'm making the money, so I don't really need to go. But that was a pivotal time. And I remember Kevin Hart telling me that. He's like, man, you got to, what you doing, man? You got to stay on stage. And I was like, well, I'm making money. I ain't got, I'm young, thinking like, I'm good. And he was absolutely right.
What show did you have at the time?
This was one-on-one.
Got
during
it.
that time.
So you're doing one-on-one, going great.
Yeah.
You making money. You like.
I'm like, I don't need to leave. I don't need to leave from Wednesday, Thursday to Sunday. I didn't want to do that. It was just like, I'm gonna stay here, or I didn't want to finish work Friday, fly out, go do a gig Saturday, Sunday. I was like, I don't have to do that. And I lost a little bit of that hunger that I had in New York, where I would hit all the clubs, running around. I'd be sometimes me and Chappelle, or me and this one or that one. We'd go to the Comedy Cellar at 1 a.m, and I mean, that was our life, and we loved it. You do 2 shows in Manhattan, go to Brooklyn, leave Brooklyn, go to Queens, go to Jersey, and I got complacent.
You got comfortable.
Comfortable. I was like, I got this money, I'm good. I don't need to go chase that, because that money wasn't at the same level that I was making, but what I was missing was that training.
Yes.
Was that.
And it wasn't the money.
It was the money. It was that's what I needed.
But also, so how long did the show last?
120 something episodes, 6 years.
Yeah, but the show ended when?
In 2007, I think.
Then what happens?
And after that, we had to crash, 2008.
Right.
Went through all of that. Yeah, went all of that, and wasn't going on the road.
So
I wasn't even in the mind frame of comedy at that time. I was
when I'm talking to people, I use this.
Yeah.
I use the example all the time. Mm-hmm. So one-on-one was your main.
Mm-hmm.
And you completely ditched your side hustle.
Well, that was my first love.
Right. No. Prime and love are 2 different things.
Right.
It's so like, what's paying the bills?
Right. Yeah. That at the time.
Okay. So this first love was paying the bills.
Right.
So this really became, the first love was side hustle. Okay, because it was less than that.
Right.
But the reality is, that goes away.
Yeah.
Now this is now dormant.
Right.
As opposed to, when that's going well, no, I'm still doing this.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, if this gets to here,
yeah.
If that goes away,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Now I'm not restarting. Now I'm not.
Yeah.
See, I've had to walk people through this, where I tell them, don't wait for the crash to start building.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the pressure is different.
It is.
It's the day. Look, again, I got to pay this, got to pay that. And so I said, versus, no. Keep building.
Yeah.
Keep building.
No, in retrospect,
keep building.
I'm like, I get it. Like in retrospect, I'm like, because it's just like an audition. If you not working and you go to an audition, it can smell desperation. As opposed to if I'm good, I'm working, I go in there, I'm like, I don't even care. You get it.
Yep.
So many gigs I've gotten like that. I'm like, I don't care, whatever. But you go in there like, they know, they smell it.
Yep.
And for me, the stand-up, which I loved, like I slept, I ate, I drank it. Like, again, you see that check and you go like, oh, they're only giving me 10,000. Oh, they're only gonna give me this. I don't have to go. Instead of, what you said, thinking, hey, let me just keep building this here. So, because you never know, and then I can just, because this is forever. I can just stand up.
That's what I'm saying. That is the piece.
Forever.
Doc, when I was at CNN, it was a trip. I had, we had announced, Jon Stewart had cracked on me wearing ascots. Then I fired back at Jon Stewart. Then Jon Stewart came back and fired at me, and he was like, Roland, you win this round. People were like, dude, you came back at Jon Stewart? I'm like, hell yeah, messing with my ascot. And it was a trip because I had been talking with this brother about launching a line of ties, bow ties, and ascots. Right. And so I'll never forget, we were on the 5th floor studio, I think, CNN. And guy was the Washington bureau chief. He goes, now Roland, you know if you were full time, you couldn't be doing all these things. I leaned in, I said, and that's why I'll never be full time. You sort of jumped back. Because my whole thing was, again, go back to the validation piece. Their deal was, we're CNN. You got a clothing line. You got Tom Joyner. You're doing TV One, all those different things. And in fact, John Klein, who was the president of CNN US the next year, took me to lunch. He says, when are you gonna stop doing all these things? And I said, when are you gonna give me a 5-day-a-week show? Because we'd already negotiated, see, I had a 2-tier contract. I was a contributor, and we'd already negotiated a hosting contract that would pay me, I think it was $500,000 or $600,000 to host my own show. Right. So I was like, oh, you want me to give up my other stuff, which was actually flexing my muscles. Because CNN only was allowing me to do this. Right. I eventually got my own Sunday show on TV One, which allowed me to do this. Right. I was publishing my own books, allowed me to do this. Right. Doing radio on the Tom Joyner Morning Show allowed me to do this. And so I was using all of my stuff coming together, but not just with one place. Right. And I refused to do so. I refused to leave. Yeah. 2010, John Klein gets fired. 2013, Jeff Zucker comes in, he takes over, doesn't renew a whole bunch of us. When I walked out of CNN April 2013, I still had a show on TV One, launched a daily morning show. Right. Still had Tom Joyner, still had my books, still had my speeches. I would have been a damn fool
had you
to give that stuff up in 2009. And with now, all of that put me in the position to what I'm doing right now. I would have been crazy to give it up. But that's one of those things where it was, no, I can't, no.
Yeah, that's smart.
Unless you're gonna sit here and roll that Brinks truck in here. Yeah. But more importantly, allow me to use all of me. Yeah. I can't do it.
Yeah, no, that's smart. That's smart. Again, like I said, in retrospect, I totally understand. Hindsight is always 20/20.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear. All right, so when you talk about shooting your comedy special, are you looking at trying to sell it? You're looking at distributing yourself? You're looking at what, in terms of how are you now knowing what you could have done, how are you now trying to put your stuff together?
Yeah, now I am, I have an investor who, was a fan and then got in a great position and said, hey man, you need to do a special. And I'm like, no. He's like, listen, I'll put up the money, boom, 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 we'll own it, boom, boom, boom. Like, okay. I started thinking about it. Then I'm like, yeah, why not? And my thought was to shoot it and go out and sell it. And if nobody buys it, I can create a situation somewhere where I can get it distributed.
Right.
And just do it that way. My thing is not so much being caught in that, it is just doing it, because pushing myself past that, I can't do it, I should. Let me tell you something, I used to talk myself out of a lot of things, because I had, people in my ears, you ain't really that funny, it's just as funny than you, or you only getting over because this, that, and that. And a lot of that stuff used to eat away at me, when I was younger, and I was just like, man, am I funny? Maybe I'm not funny. Oh, again, it goes to the validation thing. It goes to that, having that voice in your ear. But, I got well past that, because I'm just at a place now in life that, I don't care, what people say. I'm like, whatever. Listen, I did the Michael Jackson movie, so you can't care what nobody saying me to do that. And I did it pre-social media. Right. So now I get nice little gifts on my timeline. They're like, man, what the hell was you thinking about? And then my picture with my pasty face. I said, hey, they paid me very well.
And how many people get to say they portray Michael Jackson?
I mean, oh gosh, so terrible. But yeah, how many people can say that?
Did y'all ever cross paths?
I met Michael a couple of times, but this was before. Obviously did the movie. He had the stuff going on then, the trial and all that.
Right.
I hadn't seen him in a while, but met him twice. Met LaToya and the brothers and stuff. Jackie used to live out by us, and they were they were cool. Like LaToya was like, oh, it was really great. Jermaine was like, he loved it. And it started out. I get a call. Manager says, hey, they do this Michael Jackson movie, VH1, and they want to see you. And I'm like, they know I'm 6'4", right? So I go in, meet with this director, nice guy, great guy. We talk, no reading, nothing. We just talk. And I leave. Excuse me. Leave, get a call a couple of days after, they want to do it, but when they're offering you this, I'm like, really? Find out that there were two people they were looking at. Myself and, oh gosh, why am I forgetting his name? Was at school with Barack. Actor. They know they're friends.
Hill Harper?
Hill Harper.
Hold up. I'm sorry, hold up.
Yeah, he and I, yes.
You?
Yeah, they told me.
And Hill?
Yeah, they told me that those are the two choices. So I don't even know if Hill knows that.
6'4".
Yeah.
And 5'9".
Yeah.
Okay, how tall was Michael?
Yeah, he was about 5'9", I think.
Oh, really?
5'10", something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were the choices. Anyway, I get it. We go to shoot it in Canada, and just from then, I was just like, no, we need to get somebody to come up, from the States to do the makeup, because I just knew, when they started airbrushing me, I knew I was in trouble. They wanted to put a nose on me, a prosthetic. I was like, no, yeah. And the hook was, we got all the music. You're gonna be doing these great performances with the real music, and then we the fourth quarter in, and come to the trailer. Yeah, so Flex, about the music. Legal, wasn't able to get it cleared. I'm like, but y'all told me that from the beginning. So it really took it down. I think had it had the real music, it may have helped. But
right.
Yeah, but that came at a time that was, I had finished the show, and I was thankful, man. My thing is I just love working.
Right.
I just love working. Like whatever. We all have jobs that we probably look back and go, man, I did that, but it's work.
Yep.
And work begets work. and I just love to work. That's it.
Is there, you've been in the business a long time.
Yeah.
Music, movies, videos, we can go down the whole line. Is there somebody, music or film, whatever, that you really want to do something with? You really want to.
Oh my God, Denzel. Denzel is for me, he's the epitome. You know, I mean, I met Denzel playing ball at the Hollywood Y. We had these historic runs at the Hollywood Y. Chris Spencer, gosh, anybody you could think of, Jerome from the time, like anybody you could think of would come down there and hard-nosed run. I mean, brothers is fighting and I mean everything. That's where Ron Shelton got the majority of the people for White Man Can't Jump by coming down to the Y. And I remember this one day, we're playing, Denzel's out there, I'm excited. I'm like, yo, Denzel's out. I get the ball, I'm on a fast break, I'm going, and I see him coming to try to play defense. And I'm like, he must not know, like, I can get it pretty high. And I take off, boom! And he caught me like this. He just had, it was just sack all in the face. He was just like, so then everybody's like, oh. So then my brother is there. My brother Todd is there. And he's talking. He's like, my brother's like super loud. He's like, oh, you got dunked on. Oh, Denzel. And Denzel said, man, here's my wallet so I can crush this fool. Like, I said, man, you didn't have to go there, dude. You didn't have to go there. But
where's my wallet so I can crush this fool?
But he was so cool, man. He took a picture, and then he was like, hey, I got this new restaurant. Him and Brad, it was called Georgia's. It was a new thing, and man, we went, and from then on, man, anytime I saw him, he was always cool. Like, he would be somebody that I would definitely want to work with, just because of, you know, who he is to us, man. To me, he's everything, man. You
didn't ask him? You didn't say, man, let's do something?
At that time, I didn't. At that time, I was so still enamored, and I wasn't even thinking about, you know, dramatic stuff or any of this. At that time, I was doing sitcoms, so I was kind of in.
So when the last time you saw him?
Judge Mathis's house. That was, man, that was maybe 12 years ago, something like that. And I had done a commercial, and I remember getting teased on social media for doing a commercial. Like, why are you doing a commercial? Ah, man, you can't get no work there. I'm like, do you understand how much that commercial paid me?
Right. And Sam Jackson has said commercials. He said you making movie money.
Let me tell you something. It was an AT&T commercial, and they played it during the Super Bowl, almost every other commercial. And they had two different versions, and I had paid from both versions. I was like, man, I don't care what you talking about. Like, I mean, that was at a time where things were really down, so that came right on time. So I saw him at Judge Mathis's house. As soon as I walked in, he was like, hey, I saw you in that commercial. And that was the last time I saw him. We just, you know, talked. And I, again, didn't think about, hey, man, I want to work with you, whatever. Denzel's one of those guys, it's like, if you say, I want to work with you, he'd be like, well, work on your craft.
Yep.
You know, work on your craft. You know, if, you know, you get to that point, then, yeah, I'll see you. He ain't going to be like, hey, come on. So that's what I did, you know, that whole time, just working on.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a video.
Okay.
And I'm going to send this to Paulette.
Okay.
See, that's how I get to Denzel. Yeah. See, that's why I'm always cool with the wife.
Yeah.
I'm cool with, I understand. And then if it's an actress, I'm cool with the husband.
Right.
I always get to him.
Paulette is a sweetheart.
All right, Denzel and Paulette. So I'm sitting there interviewing Flex. I said, who you want to work with? He said Denzel. Denzel, he said he dunked on you once. Y'all used to hoop. So we're going to send this to him right now. Go ahead.
What's up, D? Man, I'm sorry about the dunk in Hollywood Y. I'm so sorry about that. You probably don't even remember that. But yeah, man, you are definitely the pinnacle for me, and definitely want to work with you, man. So, you know, keep me in mind.
All right. So I told him, I said, we're going to make this video. I'm going to send it to you. I don't know what happened. I did my part. And so I said, I'm going to forward it on. Paulette, you next to sit down on the couch now. You next for the next interview. You know we've been talking about it, so we're gonna make that happen. We're gonna send that right now, and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Now it's so funny because I interviewed Trevor Jackson and he said the same thing, and I sent it to her, and she was like, I'll pass it on. I'll pass it on. See, I tell everybody.
I'm sure she gets that all the time. Of
course.
People, I'm sure, man. That's just, yeah, man. That dude is just, man. He's pinnacle.
Well, my man, good to chat with you.
I appreciate you, man.
You know, chopping it up.
I appreciate
having a good time.
Yes, sir.
See,
yes,
so now next time I come out to LA, we gonna have to throw a Flex and Roland. It don't matter, get together. Because normally I used to do this all the time. I would do dinner parties.
Oh yeah.
I would come here, and it was totally text message. It wasn't no invitations.
Right.
It was like, yo, we just come as you are. We just it was get together. Man, we had a potluck one time. Yeah. And it was by 60, 70 people. Folks brought food.
That's
Dude,
awesome.
It was crazy.
That's dope.
So
that's dope.
Yeah, I'm thinking. We're gonna be, I think, in a new phase with COVID. So we're gonna have to do that thing. We come back, and so you could be rocking the DJ. You know where I'm gonna be.
Oh yeah, I
on the floor sweating.
And I won't play Atomic Dog.
All right, baby.
All right,
I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I don't know.
So Melba, we finally get a chance to chat.
My goodness, yes. I'm so glad to be with you, Roland.
We crossed paths before.
Excuse me, hello?
Huh? We crossed paths before. Last time, oh my God, you sang at Rainbow Push.
Oh God,
yeah, I got video of it. Yes. Then of course, last year with COVID and everything, always corresponding on Instagram, hanging out with D Nice and Club Quarantine and all of that.
Yes.
No. What Rainbow Push? No, it was my TV One show.
Yeah.
And I think you were on the same. I think it was the same day with Dougie Fresh. That thing we shot something in the green room with the both of you.
I don't know, but I know I was with you since Rainbow.
Yeah, since Rainbow, it was on TV One. Yes, Dougie Fresh on the same show that day.
Is that Miss Kathy Hughes?
Huh?
Still?
Yeah. So it's on the CEO, but yeah, it's Urban One, TV One.
Okay, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Times and people progressing.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, because that's right. Because it was on TV One shows. How
Okay,
you doing?
boss man, why are we here?
Huh?
Because you a newsman.
No. What's that? No. See, I can do all of it. See, just like you. You sing.
I don't do all of it.
No. But see,
I do not play basketball.
You act on the stage. You've been on television. You've been in movies.
Oh, you named the things.
You
named the categories so that we.
Right. See, so you know, it's like, you could do multiple things.
Well, we are compatible.
So I can do news. I can do entertainment. I can do culture. I can do business. So, we sort of flow with it. And yeah, we're here because, so I talked to Michelle Roberts, who runs the executive director of the National Basketball Players Association. And I said, well, look, I got a couple other interviews to do. She says, we would love to host you in our offices. I was like, I bet, let's do it. So we're here.
Oh.
How things with you?
Fantastic. I'm just asking you, why am I here?
Because this is what I do.
Woo!
See, when you own your show.
So I just get lucky.
When you own your show, you can talk to who you want to talk to.
You wanted to do Melba more?
You ain't got to ask nobody.
Woo!
You got to ask nobody.
Heard it. I'm here because he wants me here.
See, ain't got to ask
don't
nobody.
Don't forget it.
Ain't got to ask nobody. Going well?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
COVID was crazy, and you were all over the place. I mean, I swear, you were on Folk Live in the morning, midday, night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Melba pop in. I'm playing music in Club Brown Liquor. You pop in as well.
Yeah.
You were all over that thing.
Well, I had some help. I didn't do it all by myself, but it helped that I was shut in. I didn't have nothing better to do.
Well, we all were.
Except mind y'all's business and see what's going on in the music world. Yes.
And of course, well, first of all, that whole, it still impacts
absolutely.
All of us. So.
Very deeply so, but I got to say thank you so much to D Nice for giving some play to us grown-up artists and reminding people that everything old ain't bad.
Right.
He kept my music up along with other people, and he's also been debuting my new music. I have a new song.
I know. That's why I first heard it when he debuted it.
Well, give him the news.
No, you give him the news. You can tell him.
It's called So in Love. It's beautiful. They tell me it's stepping.
Okay.
You know what that is?
Of course. I lived in Chicago 6 years.
Oh, but he knows what stepping is.
That's right.
I have to go to Chicago so I can learn.
No, you ain't got to go to Chicago.
Well, I can go to Chicago so I can party.
No, you got to go to Chicago. Look, you can party anywhere. Look, I ain't.
But why can't I go to Chicago?
No, you go to Chicago to party. I'm saying, well, you can party right here, party there, party somewhere else.
He's so much news, he changed the subject. I was just trying to tell you the tempo of the song.
No, I'm saying. I'm saying it's a stepping style.
You work kind of moderately because they have different tempos of stepping. And it's very sweet, romantic R&B.
Who wrote it?
Ronnie Song and Shantae Hampton.
Okay.
I've worked with Ronnie many, many times. People might remember my song, The Other Side of the Rainbow. He produced that for me, a bunch of other things. But he's really good at helping me to be contemporary, be radio friendly, but still stick a long note in there.
See, I've had this conversation with numerous artists, with Will Downing, with others. In fact, we're of course shooting this. Last night was the verses with Stephanie Mills and Shaka Khan, and they made the same remark on stage that that for grown folk, for veteran artists, for R&B singers, soul singers, there's no place, if you will, when you look at radio and how difficult it is for the fan base to hear the new music.
Well, that was a good thing about the pandemic because people like D Nice took the internet and made it available for people to hear what he wanted to hear.
Right.
Not just what somebody paid him to do.
Right.
Or what somebody said was this or that category. He said, this is what I like. And fortunately, I was among those he liked. So here I am on your show and with new music.
It's just like when I would play music in Club Brown Liquor and people pop in, play this. No. Because the thing is, see, the thing for me, I mean, I love Music. Like I said, I think I've got every form of music on my list except polka music. I ain't got no polka music.
No polka?
No polka. Polka don't make the cut. And so I never know what mood I'm in.
Excuse me.
What?
You don't like polka?
It don't make the cut. Sorry. Don't make the cut. And so I never know what mood I'm in. So I don't know what I feel like playing. And what I love about doing that is I might be in the middle of playing something and then it's kind of like, oh, I remember this here. So then I'll play this here. And for a lot of people listening, they're like, man, I never heard that.
Right.
That also, I think, was one of the great things with what D Nice did.
Music that you never get to hear, or music that you forgot about that you love, or music is a way of your life, not somebody's job only. Excuse me if I'm getting emotional. I know it's my job, but if people don't love it and we don't live it, then there's no job. I mean, one thing leads to the other, in my humble opinion. So I'm very sorry about the pandemic, and we're still losing people, and we've never had anything like this, but there's nothing like something like this to shut down all your little things that you do. And let's see, okay, well, who am I? What's my priority? Is it things? Is it people? Which people? How am I going to stay alive first? How am I going to keep doing what I want to do for a living and not just get a job and, put a roof over my head? And it seems like I'm always in a pandemic. So it wasn't fine for me, but I just zone into my disciple. And say, okay, who's first? Okay, your family's first. What do they need? How can I get that for them? I got to take care of me.
Yeah, of course.
So I feel like you've developed a keen sense of self-respect because people need you. I think that's the best reason to do it. If you do it just because you do it, it turns back in on you. And I don't think you have an opportunity to grow. And if you have an opportunity to grow, you have an opportunity to succeed. And if you sing and you make records, you could have a new hit record. How's that for news?
And for you, and the thing is, for you, and just for many veteran artists, it's you still want to put something out. You don't just want to, just sing a hit. No, there are still stories that you want to tell that are new and fresh. And it's not just a matter of, okay, I don't do that.
We're alive.
Right.
My knees are still good. I don't play basketball. But it's a living thing. It's part of our life. And you want to keep living. This is not a job for me. Because I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in music ed. I could go teach. But I don't want a job. I want a passion.
Oh, I'm with you.
I know you are.
Because
you're in charge now, right?
Yeah, but here's an interesting thing.
I mean, really kind of
like really, really, really in charge. Yes.
Yeah, so you can actually kind of know who you are.
Yeah.
If you're always under somebody else's mantle, you know who they are and that part of you.
Well, actually, you was
already growing.
I did me then too. So yeah, I did me. Yeah, because it was. I probably was my first. It was my second job. When I really articulated this, I remember we had a conversation and we were in the newsroom, and it was a sister. She was the job was minority affairs reporter. Basically, that was the Black Story job, and I remember we had a conversation.
Well, I guessed that when you said minority.
Yeah.
Whether we are or not, we'll call that.
That's basically what the job was.
Yes.
And what was interesting about that, we were having a conversation one day, and we were talking about jobs and salaries and stuff along those lines. And I said, if I was given a choice between a job paying $100,000 where someone was deciding what I wrote, or I got $50,000 and I had the freedom and the flexibility to write what I wanted to write, I said, I'll pass up the 100. And we had this vigorous debate. People were like, what, are you crazy? And I said, no, I'm not crazy. I said, but the reality is, the freedom and flexibility is important because you want to be able to stretch. You want to be able to do different things. You want to be inquisitive. You don't want to sort of be locked in.
Right.
And there's nothing.
I'm sure it's not just you. I think it's a natural, I love God, so I say supernatural way progression.
Yeah.
That's why, at least in America, I can't say for other countries.
It's also gifting. I mean, when you have the gifts, you want to use them.
But I think people are more gifted than we realize if we always pigeonhole.
Yes, they're boxes.
We'll see that, like, since I'm a mature artist in person, I have seen times now that when people get to a certain, what we call retirement age, you get another job because you need to focus, you need to function, you need to live, you need to grow. And so so I'm saying, you were probably just ahead of your time. It was
this really.
You want to be in charge of yourself, you know.
Right, and that was the thing. It was understanding. Look, I want to go here, but also I think what it was, I never operated on that gave me validation. Meaning,
I was getting ready to tell you that.
That large newspaper.
I could tell that by watching you before I even spoke to you. You can kind of see the wheels turning. So you have to think and choose. And a person who does that has a certain personality.
Yeah, it's just, I just don't, for me.
It's not just outgoing, it's intelligent and it's, what do you call it? You interact.
Well,
you're not in some lane by yourself.
No, like we're in New York. When I was in college, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and I said, no, I don't want to work for them. And a friend of mine who used to work at the New York Times,
wow.
He goes, what? I said, I can actually do great work wherever I am.
You know what you remind me of? The first time I ever read a review of a play, because I didn't study theater, like most very creative black people, we kind of go do it anyhow. And I read the review and I said, why do they think I'm like Mahalia Jackson?
Really?
Yeah, that's what they compared me to. So I said, oh, I get it. Because they're white, male, they don't know any other black people.
There you go. Yeah. See, I think what happens is many people are conditioned to think, okay, it's that thing, this is the big thing. So just like in television, it was sort of like people like, oh my God, you were CNN, but I never left TV One. And folks, yeah, but it's CNN. And I went, yeah, it's CNN.
Well, don't forget,
but that's also that's TV One.
You're probably talking about people who watch you. They know what you said. And that's kind of what they take. They don't know the rest of what you know.
Yeah, and I think it's that, and it's also just this. We think the big shiny thing is what's the greatest thing.
Yeah.
As opposed to, whereas for me, I fundamentally do believe that you can do great work at a small to mid-size newspaper or magazine.
I think you have to.
As opposed to.
I mean, I'm just interjecting with you. I don't mean to cut you off. It doesn't have to be just a magazine. You can do great work on small levels. You must, because that's where it becomes personal.
Right.
It also becomes where you're in charge of this sphere that you call you, and you can determine if you're growing or not, or if it's satisfying you or not. When it's just masses, you can't.
And you're actually competing
against
yourself.
Lost.
You actually I think that's really the greatest. We talk about competition. I mean, you may have people who say, "Oh, you're competing against this singer or this actor." I think the greatest challenger to you is really yourself. If your desire is to be the absolute best at what you're trying to do.
You know why I know that's true? I didn't know how to. I try to audition. I always lose. So I stop auditioning because I can't compete that way.
Really?
Yeah, because in theater, for instance, and different things, they have casting agents. And the thing to do is you have a great agent and they send you up to audition for everything. I never learned how to audition, so I always lost the parts.
So your deal is, look, I know how to do that thing out there.
Yeah, I said, you know what? Y'all come and see me do what I do, and then y'all put that on tape or something, then that'll be my audition. Because I could never compete.
Wow.
I mean, I'm competing, but I can't do what you do.
How long did it take you
I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah. How long did it take you to realize that? How long did it take you to go, this ain't working?
not very long, but I was part of a system, so I kept going. But fortunately, I kept doing other things. So now it's accrued into diversity. I kept surviving. Go where they're going to pay my rent. And somebody says, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. I had already done it. But somebody had paid me to do it. Somebody said, okay, we'll hire you. I think it was what you were saying, on an individual basis, not just on what the Tony Award people said, or the New York Times people said, or what's the music award?
Grammys.
I didn't really forget that, but there's been so many. and there's so many great artists, and there's so many, and the world is getting bigger in terms of how you can participate, until just don't quite look at it that way. And I think I was right, because I'm still here.
We feel the hidden impacts of climate change that land harder in Black, brown, and Native communities.
Not many people talk about it because they clearly don't know our lives. But with President Biden's landmark infrastructure and climate plans, our issues are finally seen.
Removing lead pipes means we know our water is safe. Cutting carbon pollution helps our kids breathe easier. 1.5 million new jobs means stable work in communities. The impact we need.
Right now.
So, what did your agent say? Because that is always interesting when you are. I really do hate the phrase talent, but I do.
Well, I'm grateful that they call me talent.
No, I hate that word. And I guess for me, it's just.
But I know what you mean as like a lower level. Instead of an agent or management.
Some people use that phrase also as dismissive, like
right. The talent, yes.
He's talent, and like. The hell is just.
Well, Roland, I've been dismissed so much I don't pay that no attention.
See, now you ain't gonna dismiss me.
Oh, see.
Like, no, I can't. No, I just don't.
But,
it's just.
But see, that's your gift. I have to say, okay, I'm gonna get you another way.
And I'm gonna get you right here. I'm like, let me holler at you.
Yeah, see, you do that very well.
You know, I got to go straight with it.
Yeah.
But see, the reason I asked about the agent piece because.
But actually, I didn't answer you. I don't have agents.
No, but at the time. So when you were trying out,
I feel
was your agent going, look, Melba, what's the big deal? And you're like, okay, I don't think you understand how this works.
I don't think I had that conversation with them. I just kept trying and losing there. And so I said, okay, one of the things I learned is that when we started our company called Hush Productions, we couldn't find a manager for me, so we started to try to manage myself. And when we did that, we realized that I already had a Tony Award. We started to focus on music and recordings and live concerts and that kind of thing. So what we did is we got somebody in each field. Instead of having a stable of artists or talent, we had a stable of managers. Because nobody could tell me I can't do it when I already did it. And I wasn't the competitive type, so I said, okay, I'll go somewhere else and see if they'll hire me.
What is the uniqueness of the stage? I mean, television, there's the big screen, but the stage is
stage period or theater stage
Broadway.
Or Broadway.
That's a completely different animal.
Yeah, well, they have a style of writing the script and the stories. And of course, it's projecting. You have all kinds of electronic help, more so now. But I think it's projecting your persona. I think it's greatly that, because when you get on the camera, I was always told, you're too big, your eyes are too big, everything is too big. And I'm a little person, so that's not good. So I think
because with the camera, it's always
magnifies.
Close up. Right, absolutely.
Yeah, that's the main thing. But that influences everything.
Yeah.
Because if you want to express something that's very dynamic, you still have to do it in a very, small way, if not quiet. I mean, that's what I think. I'm not an expert in camera work yet. I hope to do more work in that. Most of my work has either been live concerts or live theater.
Does live theater give you a different rush than singing live? From, let's say, concert. Live theater,
I think so.
Concert.
Because with music, essentially, it doesn't really matter what you look like. You can close your eyes, in a play or in a theater, your whole body's telling the story. Mm-hmm. So that's a huge difference to me, especially someone who hasn't studied and is learning it on the job. Because if you're wrong, you're real wrong right in front of everybody. But I mean, you get plenty of rehearsal. That's important too. And of course, with camera work, you take everything in bits and pieces and rehearse it.
Right.
So you really have to kind of look at the whole thing in bits and pieces and differently, and then realize, oh, and then they're going to take it from all these different angles, and you look at it totally differently.
Whereas on stage, boo, when we hit, we hit.
And you better be on time.
I don't care how you feel, what mood you in.
Right.
You got to deliver that thing.
Yeah. You have to bring your whole body, health, and everything up to whatever the level is. Maybe that's why we're also bigger than life. I can't bring it down. I'm trying to bring it down, but I'm excited.
Forget that. But you know what? That's always.
I'm excitable too, so I think theater is good for me for that.
Right, but it's a personality thing.
I'm already yelling and screaming at you.
It's a personality thing. It's just.
And I'm not even mad at you.
When did you know? I got this. I've got something that I don't care. I could try something else, but I got this.
This is it. I need to stay here. Yeah. Well, it's in my blood. So maybe you know it before you know it, because you're around it.
No. But when did you know?
Me personally, as an artist.
When did you go?
I know. Oh, okay.
I got this.
Okay.
I've got something.
I feel like you're saying to me as a profession, not just as something that excites me and I want to do.
I'm talking about when you, like, what age? Was there something? Was there a moment? Was there a moment where again, not others saying, "Oh my God, Melba, you sing great, or you do this great," where you went, "I've got something, and I know I got something, and now I'm about to do this thing"?
No, because that's what I'm saying. The difference, say, between you and me, you have a very definitive persona. Something in your head says that.
I knew it at 14.
Yeah. Something in me says, I can't teach school no more, I'm sorry. I do it very well, I love it, but Daddy and Mother, that's your job. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to fail. If I do, I'll come back and teach. But please let me try. I just got to try. I got to try. Then I keep on trying. But I found out I had something in Pearlie. Mm-hmm. I remember standing before the mic, and after getting all the lines and all the rehearsals and the different previews under my belt, you could kind of stand there and think about something besides what you were doing. I said, oh my God, they're looking at me. I mean, to actually realize that.
Right.
And take it in and intellectualize it. I said, oh, I got something. I want to do this. Mm-hmm. Now, what happens if I say this? It's a comedy, so they laugh. So also, they're laughing at the way I look. I'm good at this. It's happening on the job. Mm-hmm. So I'll keep this job.
Curl Prep Natural Solutions. Her product is organic. It's a two-step curl defining system. This video here, you can check it out. People have been lining up to see the product in action at the hair shows. And when they take a seat to try it, they simply don't believe it is their hair. Now, you can, of course, access the products at curlprep.com. Curlprep.com. It works on any hair. It has two steps, sweet butter and sweet defining gel, both at curlprep.com. And parents, you can also, you'll love this system because you can comb the product through your child's hair with your fingers. And of course, our seasoned saints, they love the product as well. It has products that are great for twists, braids, locks, weaves, even those wigs and extensions. Folks, go to curlprep.com. If you use the promo code Roland, you get a 30% discount using the promo code Roland, lowercase ROLAND. Again, go to curlprep.com, curlprep.com, promo code Roland, 30% discount. I was once asked, do you get antsy or you are afraid before you go out? I said no. For you, are you ready?
No.
Are you ready to hit that thing? Are you ready?
I'm going to do it, but I'm not ready. Now, you know, I know you.
And see, that's interesting because normally when we talk about big personalities, folks who just, it's like, it's sort of like you're a caged bird and you're ready to. It's like, yo, just I need you to open that gate. I need you because I'm ready to go. Mm-hmm.
I get ready and I'm like that, but my personality is, but you know, I'm not the only one here. This is not. I'm sharing this space. What if they? I'm always. I guess I don't know. Sensitive to. It's not. I'm not by myself, in anything. I just think like that.
See, I'm ready to go.
Maybe it's because you're a man and I'm a woman.
Could be.
Maybe it's in my genes to be a helpmate. I don't mean, you know, follow somebody, but assist in a way, even though I'm in charge. I still think my job, if I do it well, is assisting.
Okay. See, when that light, so in television, normally we have a thing called a tally, a tally light. When that light hit, it's like the 100. It's like the 100. It's like the 100-yard dash. Yo, when that gun fire.
Oh no, but it is. It is. See,
and that's like when you see like you see before the race.
Yeah.
You see them
warming up, baby.
They be kicking their leg out and they looking down the hole. That is so funny. I didn't realize. One day I was getting ready to speak, and it was sort of like the same thing. It's like a boxer, and I was sitting there, and I was just moving, and I was just sitting here. They were like, "You nervous?" Nope. But the whole thing was like, "Yo, it's time to hit that stage. Let's go." I'm talking about, and it's like, yo, when we walk out there, and I was asked where did it come from, and it was weird. Growing up in Houston, thinking back, first of all, and I hate that we don't have these things anymore. We had an expansive summer program, arts and culture. Mm-hmm. And I remember, and my God, I think I was probably 10 or 11, where they had this, where the different rec centers would practice singing routines, whatever, and then that was this citywide performance at the then Albert Thomas Convention Center. And all I remember, there were thousands of people there, and absolutely not being afraid.
But that's you.
And it was like,
I swear, I wish I had that gift. But some people are like that. That's a gift that you have. But see, now all of the getting ready and everything. Well, I go to the gym every day. I like to run. I like to do things that make you breathe hard. Back in the day, I would rehearse my voice and stuff, but it's in shape because I lived that life. But that's when I do it, because I know that when it's time to go on, anything could just scatter me. You know, if I'm coming in here and I'm getting ready to talk to you and I don't know everything's all right, I'll say, I'm trying to just stop saying, so I just scatter instead of gathering. So I work at doing all these things that you got to do to put together, because you're already put together.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
No, I'm never ready.
We could be over here.
You ever ready and I'm never ready.
We could be over here just doing this thing, and then all of a sudden it's like this here. And literally, if go right into that.
I envy you.
That mode. I think part of that also because by being a journalist,
I was going to say, and you
can be at a party and news breaks.
You're not just a journalist. You do hard news. If I'm talking about my hit record, I don't have to be as responsible as you do. I could make a mistake. It's not the same thing.
It's sort of
it's like you're a warrior.
Well, we have these conversations. We have the conversation with my crew a lot. And I use examples, and I really do think so much of it goes back to my grandmother had a catering business. And so much of what I do goes back to that because...
Well, that helps too, that somebody in your family was actually in business.
But the preparation.
Yeah.
Everything was the preparation.
Yeah.
And how you had to... Cause when I think back, again, the week go on, we're getting ready for it. So we wake up in the morning. It's 6 a.m. My brother, we got to go pack the stuff. But it was always a trip because the wedding's at 1 o'clock. Wedding's at 2 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Wedding's at 3 o'clock. And there's a rhythm to that where you're doing this, you're doing that. But when it hits 12, you're 3 hours away.
Right.
And then it hits 1, and you're 2 hours away.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's sort of like your vision sort of goes...
It's focused,
and
it's
then
tunneled.
And then all of a sudden, and it's like you could be in that last hour, and it's sort of like movement here, like that. Like there's no wasted movement.
I was going to say, not just movement, the final movements, and you've worked it all out. I think that I'm saying the same thing. My parents were entertainers.
Mm-hmm.
They were black entertainers. My mother was a singer, so they're all used to somebody always actually. They work for people. They don't run their own business.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's very important for me now, and for me to pass it to my younger people and my daughter, because without the business part, understanding how it works,
mm-hmm.
whatever your talent or art is not going to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
It's two sides of one coin. It's not two different things.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have anything but yourself to take care of, you got to know what your budget is, what your talent is, or what the work is going to be, who's going to be your customers, where you're going to work. You have to structure all of that. That's what business is. That's what you got as a child. And so I still don't have it. But I know what it is. I know what was missing. And once again, I think the pandemic kind of showed people like me the things that you've been struggling with. Everybody's doing that now. You got an even playing field. Now let's see what happens with people like you.
Let's talk failure, disappointment. Some people look at failure and disappointment as awful, horrible. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to have to relive it. Yet others look at that experience not as failure or disappointment, but what did I learn from it? How have you dealt with failure and disappointment?
Longevity. I never wanted to go through any of the horrible things that I went through. But every time I woke up and saw I wasn't dead,
you like, I'm still here?
Oh my God.
Okay, all right.
I'm in the land of the living, y'all, still. And looked around, especially later on, some of the things that happened to me meant that if I didn't get up, I lost my daughter. I didn't know where she was. So I had to figure out how to survive, how to eat, how to live.
You lost her, what do you mean?
I don't want to go into the details because she's here, first of all. She may not want me telling that story. But possession of her, the family broke down and fell apart. I was homeless. I had to figure out, I didn't have a manager or an agent or anybody anymore, and I'm the talent. So I got to figure out how to be the agent. I had to figure out, how does business work? And I was so a fish out of water, like you're suffocating. So it's not something you can say, oh yeah, whatever. No, I would never want to go through that again. But like I said, once I woke up and found out I was alive and tried to figure out, okay, what do I do next? And I'll say, different people helped me. They helped me get back on the stage again, one of the first plays I did was a gospel play. It seemed coincidental, but I realized from these things happening, I'm going to go through all the details, oh, I believe in God, I'm right. That's the smartest thing I've done so far. It possibly could be all right. I couldn't even say then it's going to be all right. But out there on the road with these people, I was so devastated, Roland, that I couldn't really speak.
When you say devastated, was it, how did I get here?
But I'm thinking these things. I can't even talk about it. I'm sitting on this bus traveling with these incredible people. I remember one time or another, someone would just come, say on the bus or where, just sit with me, be with me. If I can't tell you what's on my mind, you can't even say anything to me. So you can be so, what do you call it, just stopped and stunned. Well, thank God you can still think. And I mean, I didn't have a bank account, so they showed me how to do my business at the post office. Well, fortunately, it was chitlin, so they paid me cash. So I stuck it in my underwear. Well, and I learned that God is joy. So I'm being funny, but there is a spirit of joy that keeps us alive. I can tell you that now, because He's given me time to come through it, get well, get my career back, get my family back, get things back, and repent of some of the stupid things that I did to help it happen, and to let go of the things that, if I could cuss like I used to, or if I knew how to use a gun, but you know how to let those things go, because it just is not an easy thing to do, and it's not something I can just tell somebody just even how to do it, because it is many, many processes. But I know by looking at myself in the mirror, I'm okay, I'm healthy, life is good, and now I know something. Not only how to survive and how to do what I want to do, but how to help somebody else that's going through it. That's what it's all about for me right now.
You mentioned joy. Do you still, first off, did you ever lose the joy of something coming out of here, and putting a smile on someone's face?
I never lost that, but what I realized is I was born depressed. The lady who raised me was, she wasn't a sharecropper, she was an orphan who traveled on sharecroppers' farms. So she didn't have that much structure in her life. My mother was a single parent with me. She was trying to take care of me, and my grandmother, who had had strokes, couldn't speak by that time, so I don't know my family history. And so when I say depressed, I mean I had no siblings.
Wow.
So there was no music in my life, because my mother was gone trying to raise money to take care of us, I'm sorry. But to skip a little bit, she married an incredible person. He was a musician, they worked together. So now I had a man in my life, the head of my family. He had a son and a daughter, so now I had a sister and a brother. I had that nucleus community. So he told me to talk, don't beat people down no more.
So
like I had been beat down.
Prior to that, you were basically alone. You were sort of, you're this being that's in this room all by yourself, and nothing happening, nothing external, no talking, no nothing, and you're just being.
Right. A lot of me was that way. And then when my mother married my stepfather, music became the centerpiece of our family. I'm already 10 years old, and music is, everybody's singing whatever.
Right.
But it was around that time that I've discovered that I even have a voice. So everything's been late for me. Now it's okay, since I'm in my latter days, that's okay. But I think that's why I'm blossoming now, because the things that make you whole are in my life now.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. you get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause, too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com. As you were talking, as you say you were born depressed. There are a lot of, and I've had psychologists and others on my show talking about this here. And they often talk about the PTSD, the trauma of Black America.
Yeah.
And how it's...
You're born into trauma.
Right. And how it's not discussed, it's not dealt with. And
I don't think many times we know it.
Then people don't, all of a sudden they get to be 25, 30, and 35, and 40, then go like, what the hell is going on?
Happened?
Not realizing
right.
that this thing predates them.
Right. And of course, we can all trace essentially back to slavery. You're taken out of your family, out of your culture, you're traumatized, you're brought into a system of trauma. But I'm well.
And then, of course, you go to the music business, and that's a whole trauma unto itself.
Right, a whole series of traumas, yes.
And that's a whole different.
But I feel like maybe that's why I was ready for music, whether I knew it or not. I can't compete, but I didn't give up.
Mm-hmm.
You keep fighting. You learn you're a warrior of some kind.
You have you talked about finding that moment, knowing that moment when you were on the stage with Pearlie. And so then you begin to transition to other acting roles, and these things begin to open up for you.
Well, that opened the door for so many things because the Tony Award, and it was so successful. It was the first Black play many Black people came to see after it became successful, and that took me into television. I mean, I did the Flip Wilson Show, B. Arthur, Carol Burnett, Tonight Show. It opened the door for me to go into television when still many Black artists were not seen there. So it opened the way for me to go learn how to do television on the job. You know.
Who taught you? Who did you learn from?
Everybody that I worked with. Well, the first play I did was Hair, the Broadway show Hair. And I learned on the job there. And I wound up replacing Diane Keaton because one of the Black girls said, well, every time somebody tries to replace that role, you always choose a person who's blonde haired and blue eyed. How come a Black woman can't do it? She said, why don't you let Melba try it? And I said, well, we just didn't think of it.
And you were like, sister, appreciate that.
Right, but that's what the environment was like there. And I got that job because I had stopped, I just told you, teaching school. But I was doing studio work, and one of the people I worked with was Valerie Simpson and Nick Ashford, and we did a lot of studio work. And one of the sessions was for the Broadway show Hair. They were still casting, and so they invited us all come down and sing for the director and the producer. So I didn't really audition for that. So I started.
See, back to that auditioning stuff.
Yeah, I still don't know how to audition. But why do I have to? I got the part.
You're like, I don't know how I got it.
No.
But look at here, I got it.
I'm here, so.
How long did that run?
Hair? God, it ran for about 10 years. I didn't stay for that long because my friend who told me to do the lead, if they gave it to me, she said, Mel, you don't know how to audition. Why don't you go around while you're on Broadway? Just go for some auditions and see if you can learn how to audition. But I was trying to learn how to audition, but I got the part for Pearlie. I was trying to learn how to audition, but I got the part. So that was like about a year and a half after I had been doing hair.
So you don't audition, you get hair. Don't audition, you get pearly.
Right.
And you like, you know what? This auditioning stuff is kind of overrated.
But yeah, because after that, Jeffrey Holder did Timbuktu, and he wanted me, and he wanted Eartha Kitt. So he chose the people that he wanted for that, so I didn't audition for that. I also got to be the first black lady to do the role of Fantine in Les Miserables, because I was trying to do my own one-woman play in Hollywood, Florida, and a gentleman by the name of Richard J. Alexander, who did the casting for Les Mis, saw me and said, "Gee, I didn't know you sang classical music. I want you to do Les Mis." So I was auditioning, but my way.
You're like, all right, I can do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you already seen me do it. I mean, the play is not very good because I'm not a playwright, but you heard me sing the song.
When you,
it's creative, you know. You're just trying to figure out what to do, but because you really are where you're supposed to be, things do happen for you.
As your career began to unfold, you're dropping successful songs, you're doing well, then decade changes.
Oh Lord, yes.
And for a lot of people who do not understand this field, whether it's music, whether it's television, whether it's movies,
yeah,
how that transition can be abrupt. I mean, I think about what was the crazy DJ in Chicago? I think it was Steve Dahl. You know, the night that killed disco, and where all of a sudden when they at Comiskey Park, they just tore up all the disco albums, whatever, and how it just led to this complete. We despise it. It just literally just overnight, and
that's just one aspect. What about just radio personalities and DJs and how that continues to change over decades?
What I'm saying is that how something can be so abrupt.
Yeah.
That
you can just stop.
And all of a sudden you're going, well, hold up, like I was hot.
Right.
Then all of a sudden.
Right. It happened to me in a different way, but it's still the same thing. It'll happen one way or another. Everything has stopped in my life and my career, but I had these tracks. But everybody was using live bands. Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't know how to manage, so I just tried to talk myself into getting a job and see if they would hire me. Then after a while, something eased into tracks. But I didn't know that's what I was doing. But in the meantime, I was trying to figure out how to keep a roof over my head. Mm-hmm. But I remember in my mind thinking, I remember my parents and they're musicians saying, "Oh, well, that's never going to last." And before I was maybe 40 years old, seeing at least every decade there being a definitive change and saying, that's not true, things are going to change.
Yep.
And having that kind of be somewhere around me to say, well, are there different pieces of you that are making some adjustments in case they change? And listening slightly differently perhaps than you did before. And like, okay, when Motown came in there, that was the first, I think, electric bass. Mm-hmm. Doesn't seem like it was that long ago.
See, what you're describing, which I love about it, is understanding there's going to be a shift.
There's going to be a shift.
But being open-minded enough to know that when the shift happens, you don't get left behind.
Get to stepping, and it's not going to be easy. Stay in shape. Mm-hmm. If you're not in shape, get in shape.
Right. I joke a lot with folks, especially millennials who work for me, because when it comes to technology, people always go, you don't know that. Let your grandkids, let your children, let your nieces and nephews show you. And I'm like, they can't show me a damn thing. because for me, the whole point of when you're in this business is, for me, it's a constant state of learning.
When you're in this life, that's what I'm speaking to. I guess one of the things I've realized by being the instrument, it's about living in all the different parts of other people's lives.
Living and learning. And constantly evolving. And
yes.
Or as I say, you're never going to, what was it? Maya Angelou, when she was, someone asked her, they said, was she a Christian? She says, no. She said, I'll never reach the point where I am fully a Christian. She said, I am constantly trying to learn what that means. Right. And for me, it's sort of the same thing. It's like,
it is.
There'll never be a time
whatever area
where you
of life
know
you're talking
all of
about,
this, because there's something new.
There's always something new, and thank God for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
it's not over yet.
But it's the pursuit. But
yeah,
to me, it's the joy. We mentioned joy.
Yeah.
It's the joy in the pursuit of learning.
And what I'm glad that you mentioned about that, I didn't have joy before. I got it. I caught it, and it's a part of. Should be a part of everyone. But if you've been traumatized so much, you kind of lay it aside, or you never get it.
So what released you from that spirit of depression into joy?
I believe it was Pearlie, because now I know what a comedy is. I mean, we call it a comedy. You're supposed to laugh, but what it's made up of, that's kind of the best kind of actor that I am. I learned that. And I said, oh my God. This is living, and it's wisdom, and you connect with whatever it is that people are supposed to be together when we don't even know each other. And you white and I'm black, and you're sitting there and I'm saying, what the? But we get it because it's alive.
And so ever since then, that
because it crystallized it, because I'm doing a job and it's a script and it has all these categories and names, and I'm standing there, I can observe it. Mm-hmm. I said, oh.
And ever since then, you like, all right, let's go.
Right, and I'm saying it should be comedy. I haven't had that yet, but.
Melba, the TV show. Again, during other TV shows. Oh my goodness, you got a major network show named after you. That's the big time.
It is.
Then?
I lost it because...
Tragedy.
Because I didn't understand how the business part of it works. Because I should have been able to go and get another manager, another agent, another... I didn't understand how it worked to get that part of it going, because it's not just your popularity or your stardom. That part of it is talent too. Great gifting and that aspect of it, and I lost that part.
So when you're having these conversations with young up-and-coming artists, are you making it clear to them that you better understand the business of the business?
Well, and I'm not the only one. Everybody is, especially black people. We understand if somebody runs your business, you're not in charge. You have to understand how that works. That's the other part of you. And we're showing young people, I see everywhere now, even if we're giving some kind of course, how the business aspect of it, or how you can teach it, or how you can make a business out of it, because it's the other part of it. That's the part when you grow up, after you learn whatever it is you learn. What do you do with it besides, make $1, which of course we want you to do, but that's not the most important thing anymore, now that we can finally do that. I mean, you got to make a living. Right. If somebody keeps you from doing that, you can't live. But now that we've got that, okay, what's the whole part of living? Why do we work? Why do we do this? Because a lot of people have plenty of money. They stop working, they die. So what is it?
Or when they say, even if they stop working, they stop also doing other things that are getting their neurons firing and keeping them on their toes.
Precisely.
Because you can stop working, but you could be doing some other things that are still challenging and challenging you mentally and physically, things along those lines.
Precisely.
You've crossed paths with a lot of people in your career. Who would you say was the absolute, I'll use your word, joy?
Joy.
Who brought you the most joy working with them?
Freddie Jackson.
Really? Why?
He should have his own comedy show. That's how he is, like, off stage. So if I'm going to sing or something, I don't like to be around him because he make me laugh so much, I'll be hoarse. But he's the most, because he just starts going and then he goes into these different characters. He goes into this character where he's a church lady and he says, oh my God, I need a crash helmet. I've gotten hit with the Holy Ghost. Oh Lord, have mercy. Freddie Jackson, this wonderful singer.
Wow.
That's how he is. But then so am I.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Who would you love to do something with that you have not gotten a chance to? Some you like, you know what? I really want to work. Now, whether it's a stage, whether it's singing, I really would love to work with that person.
I think I would be great with, and she would with me, Stephanie Mills.
Why?
We have a heart for each other. We've never been like cut buddies, but every once in a while our paths will cross, and she'll say, Melba. And she'll ask me about something very personal that she knows that perhaps was either hurtful or. And I'll say the same to her. The other day I said to her, was a few months ago, would you like to do something together? She says it like this, yes, that's Stephanie. And I hope at some point in the future we get to do something on Broadway together.
That'll be interesting.
I think we would sing well together. I think she has a side of comedy that we would see with me. There's a seriousness that she could express, and so could I.
If you were on stage, and maybe it is Stephanie Mills, packed audience.
Of course.
You on one stage with the microphone, they on the other side of the stage with the microphone, and y'all get to go at it. Not in terms of like, I want to beat you down.
No, but
but this person would bring and it could be male or female. They are going to bring the best out in me, and they going to make me bring my A game. I'm going to make them bring their A game. We're going to blow this thing, blow the roof off. Who would that be? Barbra Streisand. Really? I would not have guessed that. Why? What is it about
Because
her?
I'm a fan.
Did you tell her? Have you told her that?
I don't know. I don't know if I have.
Y'all passed cross before?
She came to see Pearlie. She came backstage, and I saw this lady standing at my door, and I realized it was her. She says, Melba, how do you do that? Poinly, how do you? She tried to imitate.
And that does sound like her, too. That's
Thank
funny.
you.
That's funny.
Thank you. But, I mean, I don't know that it would be good, but you asked a question, so it's rhetorical.
No, but it's just, it's sort of like, because the whole point of it is somebody who you respect, you admire, but you know that they're going to come with their A game, and you're going to come with yours.
I don't know that. When you ask me that, I'm just thinking something in my imagination.
No, it's going to happen. No. Because again,
I'm not really thinking about the reality. I'm just thinking about the joy of it.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I
don't care if it's real or not.
That to me, but that's the thing that
That's excitement and joy, and that, you know, that we're fans of people too, and we just
right. And that's the thing I think a lot of people forget and don't understand that that yes, you listen to other people,
right,
and you watch other people. Because look, she's what, directed a movie. She's been
right. She's done everything.
She starred
right.
in movies.
She's done everything she wanted to do.
Yeah, all of
I think. Yeah.
And that's what's always great to be able to do that. And having somebody to say, yeah, let's go on stage together. You
Donna Summers did it.
I do me.
How about that great lady, huh?
Donna Summers.
That didn't seem very likely, but she did it, Miss Barbara.
See, that'd be interesting. But I definitely see you and Stephanie Mills. I definitely see that.
I hope that happens.
Make it happen.
Well,
say, Stephanie, come on, let's go. Let's do this.
She's got a few other things she wants to do too.
Well, we all do.
Yeah, so that's why I said.
Stephanie, put me at the top of the list. Let's go. I know you got 10 things going on. Melba needs to be 1 or 2.
You heard what he said, Stephanie.
That's all. I'm telling you. That's what you do. That's what you do.
Okay.
So you got your new music out. So what do you want to do? Do you want to tour?
I'm going to tour. I'm already set to tour UK starting December. I'm going out to Sarasota to do some master classes. People want to know how to hold that long note. Okay.
Yeah, you've been known to do that before. How do you hold that? How do you do it? What's the key to it?
It's taking time, but it's stamina and breath and learning how the whole breathing mechanism works. Not just the lungs, but the diaphragm, all the sinuses, throat, everything. Your mind, where you place it. And
that's all through practice. That's all through practice.
Lots of practice. Yeah. It's like a sporting activity. I think everybody could do it or do better than what they can do just by practicing. But I may have an extraordinary capacity too. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I wasn't always able to do it. That's why I say that.
Which means that you worked at it. You worked at your craft.
Yes.
Jeffrey, when I interviewed Jeffrey Osborne, he said what COVID did for him was, he said he did voice lessons.
He taught voice?
No.
He took them?
Yeah, for himself. He said.
Well, you know you could teach because you heard that voice. You've seen that voice.
Right, voice is amazing.
And he's always in great athletic condition.
Yeah, he said I hadn't done scales in he said decades, and he said I actually.
But he worked all the time.
He said He said I actually had the time to work on my voice.
Yeah.
And to train my voice.
I went to the gym, honey, because I wanted to wear them high heel shoes. Did you see me on D Nice?
I didn't see you.
You got to see. You got to see the blue shoes, baby.
You saw on his
and they swayed too.
On his live.
He did the show in Brooklyn.
Oh, when he did the yes, when he had the concert.
Yeah.
Had the concerts, yeah, because I was supposed to go to the one that was in L.A.
Yeah.
And then I had a shoot that came up.
Yes.
Like that whole week was crazy because he was in L.A., he did Brooklyn, he did Atlanta.
Yeah.
And so you were in training for that.
Yeah, I had to go to the gym so I could do my releves and stand up in the high heel shoes. Yes.
You like, look at here, I'm about to sit here and do this thing. So
I'm about to stand here.
Is it how interesting is it to come across somebody today who discovers your music or rediscovers?
Oh, it's fabulous. That's one of the things that the pandemic too, and D Nice and all of the DJs that kind of followed that path, they kind of connected everything. It's not all in one lane, but it's quite amazing. I have a lot of young people started to have podcasts and stuff, and so they say, "Oh, well, who's Melba Moore?" You know?
And all of a sudden, they're calling you up to do the podcast?
Yeah.
And so are you developing this new generation
Absolutely.
of fans, and you're like, yo, this cool?
Yeah, it's wonderful. I feel like in a way I'm in the classroom again, so you get to connect with people younger.
Last question for you, because you said, "Oh, I've done this and I've done that."
Been there, done that.
I no one told me I couldn't do it. what is it you would absolutely love to do? Doesn't matter what it is that you have not done.
I want to have consistency now.
Mm.
I'm going to have this really great, successful song. I want to crank them out. For one thing.
Consistency.
Yes. I should be in theater consistently. I think I'd like to do that.
So you say that it's been staccato in your career?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
A moment or a period of success back. And
fortunately, since God has given me longevity, they're kind of piling up and see. But I'd really like to do them every so often and be able to anticipate when that season is going to be, because the theater usually has a season, different music has a season, films
consistency.
have. Yes,
interesting.
Consistency, yeah.
So your deal is, for the next 5-10 years, I want to kill this thing.
Right.
I mean, what?
Because that's what you do when you're successful, right?
Isn't Betty White like 96, almost 100?
That's a good example.
And she turning stuff down.
Well, that's the way it should be. It's not common, but I think I could do that.
I mean, seriously, she working at a book.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I like to do. Then after I do that, then I see what would I like to do.
Right. There's always.
Think of something. I don't know.
There's always another.
I've never done that, so.
Right. There's always another thing. Always another thing.
Yeah, I've never done that, so I like to do that. Say that would be success to me. You can do that when you feel like it, because you know how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, put that there. Now, what is the mystery of life going to show me now?
Well, I believe there's a lot more in store. To be inquisitive, to be free, or as Catherine Ponder wrote in her book, open your mind to receive.
Oh, that's more than a notion to receiving.
Yep. But also open your mind to receive.
Yes.
A bunch of people it's being sent,
but they're not
receiving it.
because the mind is not open.
The mind is closed.
Yes, yes.
Good chatting with you.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Always good.
I think you can tell I had a good time.
Yes, you're joy. Joy. So you ready to hit that stage?
Yeah.
All right. Good seeing you.
Thank you.